I think we're close, right? So we're waiting for go live on the internet. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is the Interim Corporations Committee, Joint Corporations, and we're in Evanston today. Got a lot of people in the audience. Welcome. Let's start with a roll call.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. This is roll call for July 30th, 2024. Senator Barlow,
Excused?
Senator Boner,
Here.
Senator Landon, Senator Scott.
Excused?
Mr. Chairman, he's online.
Welcome, Senator Scott.
Representative Chadwick.
Here.
Representative Haroldson.
Here.
Representative Harshman.
Excused.
Representative Knapp.
Here.
That's yours.
Representative Newsom.
Here.
Representative Ottman. Here. Representative Wiley.
Here.
Representative Yin.
Here.
Co-chairman Case.
Present.
Co-chairman Olson.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Katie.
Mr. Chairman.
So
Charles
everyone, we're
Scott
just gonna.
here.
Thank you, Senator Scott. It's good to have you. All right, let's just move right into the agenda, everybody, because we have a really difficult couple of days. So we're going to start with telecommunications. We're going to let the industry talk to us first, and then we'll hear from the PSC and move on to public comment. Thank you. Welcome. Who's leading this band of, what am I looking for? Band of wonderful people.
Communicators.
Communicators. I see your lights on, Jason. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Jason Hendricks with Range.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Jody Levin here on behalf of Charter and Verizon.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Dave Pickard. I'm here on behalf of Lumen.
Welcome, everybody. Go ahead.
I'm going to start off, but all three of us are going to be talking at a certain point during the presentation. You should have a copy of a summary of discussion points the committee or our subgroup is considering, as well as some red line changes to the statute. So where we are is since we've been meeting since April as a very large group. There's a subgroup working on some of the more technical details, but there's a very large group that has been meeting for a couple months now. That includes industry, all aspects in industry, wireless, local, long distance, cable. And then we also have the Public Service Commission, the Office of Consumer Advocate, Farm Bureau, AARP. And I think that's it. I think I got everyone. But lots of discussions. And so what you have before you with the red line and the summary of those changes are where are we at in the discussion right now. We're not quite ready to finalize it and all come together on one bill proposal, but we're getting close. And so this is where we are now. We wanted to provide you an update, get your feedback, questions that you might have, and then we'll take that back and we're going to keep meeting maybe as early as next week or the week after. And then in preparation, hopefully get you a bill draft proposal or to LSO that we can all support. So I'll just kind of go through them and then at certain points, I'll turn it over to Ms. Levin or Mr. Pickard. We'll go from there.
Go ahead.
All right. So the first one and back up. I'll just back up again a second. This document that you have that has the summary of changes, it's the red lines in there or the red text in there. That's additions from the last meeting, but the black text is actually what we presented at the previous meeting. So you'll see the summary and then how we're proposing changes or not changes to those sections. So in section 101, that's the sunset date, which is why we have to address this year, because right now the sunset is supposed to be July 1st, 2025. We had discussions on various aspects of that and came up with what we think is the best compromise at this point of 6 years. And let me also say that all of this again is no one is actually proposing any of this stuff yet. This isn't concrete yet. These are still thoughts for further discussion. But at this point, our thoughts are 6 years for the sunset date. So 2031. Into the definition sections of 103. There are some key definitions in here, and we proposed some changes to those, or we're thinking about some changes to those, some of the key ones. So local exchange service is a big one. Essential telecommunication service is a big one, and then non-competitive essential telecommunication service. And so as a reminder, what we talked about the last time is that the way the act is written, telecommunications is very broadly written, or defined, and then there's various subsets of that. And so as we get into some of the other proposals in later sections, these definitions become key. And so some of them are, just making consistencies between how this stuff has been interpreted over time and just having it consistent within the act. So the first one for local exchange service is to clarify that it does not include switched access. So the definition of essential telecommunication service, if you look at the act, it's a pretty big definition, but the gist of it is essentially local service. So within a company's defined local exchange area for retail purposes. And then there's switched access service. That's the service that the local company provides to the long distance company in order for them to provide toll service to the retail customer. But all of those words in the essential telecommunication service definition basically boil down to local plus switched. But for certain purposes, it's good to separate out what local means. And the way that it's currently listed right now, it really just reiterates that it's essential telecommunications within a local exchange area. So we're just making it clear that that doesn't include switched access because that becomes important for other reasons. The non-competitive telecommunication service, the thought is to put essential in that definition so that it becomes non-competitive essential telecommunication service. Again, we'll get to the reason why that is, but that's in there for definitional purposes later. And then lastly, supported services, that's what gets supported by the Universal Service Fund. And what this definition does is that it adds a further clarification that supported services are those services that haven't been declared competitive either by the legislature or through changes that are being proposed in Section 202. So again, it becomes a non-competitive local service that becomes supported in universal service funds. And then on page 4 of the actual Telecom Act as redlined, there's a big section that's deleted there, and the reason why that is that those are, it's basically antiquated. Those were at the time when the act was set up, carriers didn't have certain things in their network potentially. So this gave carriers the time to implement those and the various aspects of how to implement that. And so this is just taking that out because everyone provides those services at this point. So we no longer need that extension. And then one of the big changes that we're considering is under 104. Again, the way that this was defined is that telecommunications was broadly defined, but then a whole list of services were saying, but telecommunications doesn't include this, it doesn't include this, it's not regulated this way. So most of that stuff is being proposed to be taken out. With a couple changes that I'll talk about. But all of those things are not regulated now. And the way that we're considering the definition of non-competitive essential telecommunication service, that would be the only thing that would be left regulated. All of these things clearly don't fall into that definition. So taking those out seems to make sense. It modernizes the act. Some of these services don't even apply anymore. And so that cleans up that. But there are a couple services within that list that we did want to retain because an argument could be made that they could fall under that definition of non-competitive essential telecommunication service. So we wanted to clarify that in fact those are not regulated. So those are retained, and that's wireless service. And the part B 1 and 2, again, I'm looking at the Telecom Act redline document. 1 and 2, B 1 and 2 are the current language. 3 is current practice. And then 4 is just making it clear that those things under those sections, as far as required assessments, there's various required assessments that are provided under that statutory citation. Those would all be retained. So do you want to add to that at all? Yeah. And then private telecommunications networks, those would be just from one entity to another, not purpose for retail or resale. And so we just wanted to make clear that those also are not regulated. Again, that's currently in statute. It's just moved and retained under this draft. And then 3715-105, there was discussion and there are red lines in here on broadband internet access service. But I will turn it over to Ms. Levin to talk about why that's no longer.
Thank you, Jason. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this was originally a proposal from Charter due to some federal rule changes by the FCC, looking at differences between, and try not to get super in the weeds here for you, Title I of the Federal Telecommunications Act and Title II of the Federal Telecommunications Act, where the FCC is proposing to change broadband internet access service from traditionally that has been what is known as an information service, and they're proposing to redefine that as a telecommunication service. For industry, this has significant meaning. So a number of states that Charter operates in, they've gone to these states and asked for some clarification at the state level to say that the state does not regulate broadband internet access service. Broadband is not currently regulated by the Public Service Commission. So we did not view this as something that was significantly different than what is happening today. However, that change did cause some concerns for members of the working group. And in all fairness, this is being litigated in the courts right now. So I went back to Charter and asked them to reconsider that proposal, given that we need to let the federal litigation kind of work its way through the system. They agreed to that proposal. So the changes you're seeing on page 7 and 8 of the act that are redlined, those are no longer being proposed. I would, however, draw attention to, this is Romanet 3. It's the proposed definition of broadband internet access service. That definition ties to a proposal later in the act in section 413. If the committee wishes to continue with that concept, we'll need to pull that definition into section 102 or 103 for definitions. But otherwise there will be no changes proposed to section 105.
Keep going.
Okay, going to section 201. This is just to remove the language that says regulation of local exchange service, because that section no longer has any regulation in it anyway. So it's just updating it and cleaning that up. Later, well, in 202, and actually throughout the document, there are various conforming changes on where local exchange comes in, non-competitive essential. The rationale for that is over time, as the act was updated and changed, some of those terms weren't quite accurate in how they were used or consistent in how they were used and implemented. So that's, again, it's just cleanup. and then conforming changes. So
Mr.
that
Chairman.
comes into play a couple times in 202.
Excuse me, Jason. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, are questions welcome as we go through this, or you want to wait till the end?
I think they're welcome. Go ahead, Senator.
Okay, on the termination of competitive services, a concern I've got there, and I don't know quite how to deal with it, is that there have been, in areas that have been determined to be competitive, there have been areas where there is no competition, and individual customers who have not been able to access anything other than the original landline. And that's changing, and I don't know how much it has changed. But, and I know here personally, the competitive service has improved mightily, but there've been some areas where it wasn't available due to topography and distance from towers. How do we deal with such islands in something that's claimed to be competitive, where you have these little islands that are not? How do we deal with that? And do those still exist? The technology has been gradually improving, and I don't know to what extent they still exist.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Does anybody want to address Senator Scott's concern?
Yeah,
Mr. Hendricks.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott. Section G, which we're not proposing any changes to, the commission is allowed to go through and find areas that were previously considered competitive to now be non-competitive. So we're not proposing any changes to that. And then in section J, there is a proposal that the commission can look at areas, and actually what it's looking at here is it's not services that would be declared competitive under J, but rather locations. So you could have a company that has some locations that are competitive and some locations that are non-competitive. And then for purposes of universal service, what would come into play is that only the non-competitive locations would be supported under this concept. So, question that we still need to work through as we're working through J. The commission has some concerns about J as well, about the rulemaking aspect of it and whether that needs to happen or whether it can be outside of rulemaking. But the point is that we still need to look at J and maybe tweak it, fine tune it. But that's the concept, and in that concept, potentially that issue can be raised. So locations that were previously declared to be competitive could then potentially come back as being non-competitive under that concept. So that's what we're doing in J. So I think that there's an aspect there to get it at what Senator Scott is looking at.
We good, Senator Scott, for now?
For
Thank
now.
you. Keep going.
And then on that point,
ahead.
I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Pickard to add anything else he might want to add to that section, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman.
Please do. No, I think he's good.
Again, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Dave Pickard representing Lumen. This concept that we have presented in this section, it is simply to truly modernize the act, in that we should be supporting locations rather than the services provided. We're talking about several locations that might have competitive opportunities for the voice aspect of communications and others that do not. So we would really encourage for some further discussion on this as we're going forward with the working group. But really, that would be a piece of true modernization in here, and that we're providing the USF, the high cost fund support only for those locations that truly need it.
Thank you. Keep going, you guys.
Okay, going to section 204, and there was a conforming change in 203, but going to 204 price schedules. Those are like the tariffs that the electric companies, the gas companies have. Again, telecommunications was more of a traditional utility at one point until competition came in as a result of this act. But at one point in time, this was changed so that it was a price schedule rather than a tariff. And the concept being that it would be a more simplified version than what a tariff would be, which is very detailed in the requirements of how it's structured, what has to be on each page for the rates, terms, and conditions for services. What we're looking at here is because it's a pretty competitive industry with some segments that aren't as competitive and price schedules would only apply to those. Can we simplify those, have it posted on a website, have notification provided to customers, the way that they receive their bills, and then not actually have paper copies provided to the commission, but have all of it electronic at this point. So that's the concept. Again, the commission has some concerns with this that we need to work through, and when they come up and talk, they can elaborate on that. But that's the concept, is to streamline, simplify things for filing stuff with the commission on prices. I just wanted to flag something in 301, which is not listed on here, but this is something that I identified that this morning as I was going through these notes that we might want to address as the working group. Is 301 talks about regulation of interexchange companies. That title, we might want to change that to just simply say registration, because there's no regulation in here. So as we get to
Mr. Hendricks, I think technically those titles are not codified. So actually, we probably can straighten all that out. It's nice to have the advice about where it should go, but I'm not sure it's a codified piece.
Okay, thank you. So 301 is regulation of interexchange companies. We're not proposing any changes there. It's just a registration. 401 commission powers regarding investigations, rules and regulations, reports, hearings. We're not proposing any changes to that. 404 protection of consumers about discrimination. We're not proposing any changes to that. And all that's important to note, which is why we wanted to have this in a red line format, so that you can see all the stuff that we think is important in the act that we don't want to change. And so those are proposals that we think are still important to retain. There are conforming amendments in 404 on the definitional stuff. And then because of changes on changing from what's not regulated to what is regulated in 104, there's some conforming changes under Part E. These are duties that are delegated to the commission from the FCC that we want to make sure that it's retained in here. So it's very clear. These are things that the commission does now on interconnection agreements. That's between providers when they interconnect their networks, that they still have rules for that. And then rates, terms, and conditions for wholesale services. So again, this was all delegated to the commission in the 1996 Federal Telecommunications Act. 405 complaints again on prices, no substantive changes, just some conforming language changes. 406, no proposed changes on quality of service. 407, no proposed changes on the annual report. 408, there's a existing law that it's making clear what telecom companies also have to comply with. No proposed changes there. Same with construction with other laws. 412, no proposed changes there. That's unauthorized changes in a customer service provider, slamming and cramming, no proposed changes there. And then that gets us to 413 on limitations of political subdivisions. Again, I'll turn it over to Ms. Levin to address that.
Ms. Levin?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, 3715-413 addresses the limitation of political subdivisions to be able to offer telecommunication services. So this came into the act, if I remember right, in about 2007, where we did have some municipalities starting to provide service and compete directly with industry. As you can imagine, Industry had some concerns about that. It's very difficult to compete against the federal government. So we broadly came with a proposal that asked that we didn't say you couldn't do it as a political subdivision, but what we asked is that that political subdivision first give industry the opportunity to offer and compete for the service. And if the municipality or the political subdivision determined that the service that they were looking for was not available from industry, they could move forward, but they had to do so in a manner that was consistent with the regulation upon industry so that it was a more even playing field, so to speak. So what industry is asking for here
I'm just to talk to the chairman. You keep going.
is to consider adding broadband internet access service into this section. So what this means is that a political subdivision, if it was looking to try to become a broadband provider, it would fall under these same kind of stipulations that we're not saying you can't do it. We're asking that they would first issue an RFP, find out if industry could provide the service, industry could compete for the service. If they determine that it's not what they were looking for, that they could move forward with becoming a broadband provider, but they'd still have to do it in a manner that is consistent with how industry has to provide that service. So once again, we're really just saying, please give us the opportunity to compete for the business because it's very difficult to compete against government. And so with this, then, if the committee was willing to accept that notion, and why this becomes important, because broadband is the underlying infrastructure so that once you have the broadband service in the ground, you can offer voice service. So that's why that ties into this entire act on voice and telecommunication services. If the committee is willing to accept the industry recommendation on including bias into 413, this is where we would need to pull in that definition and put it earlier in the act.
Keep going.
Okay, that gets us to section 501, which is the Universal Service Fund, except for some conforming changes and then prepaid wireless, which I'll get to in a second. But primarily there's not proposed changes to how Universal Service Fund is structured within this section. But again, because of proposed changes in previous sections, the net result would be, if all of those changes were accepted, that Universal Service Fund would then be limited to just non-competitive locations rather than non-competitive services and providers. So again, no real changes within that section, except for a new document that you just received on prepaid wireless, which again, I'll turn it over to Ms. Levin to talk about that.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this is in regards to a issue that was raised by the Public Service Commission. We'll certainly let them speak to the need to address this issue. But this, I'm on now page 27 of the full act in subsection B, and we're looking at the last two sentences. The last two sentences address some or have raised some confusion with prepaid wireless service, and some entities are not collecting Wyoming USF on prepaid. So the commission flagged this as something that needed to be addressed so that we have consistency across the industry in who's paying the fees. So parity across all the fees, assessments, surcharges, whatever we want to call all of those things. Everyone in industry has to pay these services. The way we addressed this a few years ago on prepaid 911, the problem that carriers have in the case of prepaid, there's no billing relationship. The transaction occurs at the point of sale. So you have to establish an entire imposition mechanism at the point of sale for the retailer to collect and remit to the Department of Revenue those fees. So in order to do this for USF, we need to take the same approach that we did with prepaid 911. Unfortunately, it's a lot of language because you have to set up the entire mechanism for both the retailer and the Department of Revenue. In current law, the imposition for prepaid 911 is under 169109. This was actually an interim topic that this committee took on a number of years ago. And we're really just trying to mirror that exact same approach now for Wyoming USF on prepaid. And we believe this will address the commission's concern to ensure that prepaid is actually paying into the Wyoming USF. But again, if you look at draft language to impose USF on prepaid, it's this document. It's lengthy, and we acknowledge that. We just don't know how else we go about capturing this fee without doing this entire imposition structure. But we'll let the commission talk about the need to address that. This is industry's suggested remedy for their concerns.
Okay.
And then lastly, that's the end of red lines to the act. But on the last page of your summary document, there are a couple other bullet points that we wanted to raise for the committee's consideration. I'm going to hit the second bullet point first. The second bullet point, these are things outside of the Telecommunications Act that we recommend that you look at possibly deleting, and that's in 3712. 126 through 130, they refer to party line service, and that no longer exists in Wyoming. So that's antiquated language that we think can be removed, but because it's outside of the Telecom Act, we wanted to raise that for your consideration. However else you wanted to address it, but we wanted to flag that for you. And then the first bullet point, we had lots of back and forth on what to do about broadband. And again, just a quick reminder of where we are on broadband in the state is there's been a lot of federal money that's come into the state to help expand broadband availability. And there's about ready to be what's considered BEAD, the Broadband Equity, I forget the acronym, sorry. But anyways, BEAD, it's run by NTIA, a federal entity. And $300 and some million has come into the state, plus the previous money under AARP. After all that money is expended, it's virtually certain that there will still be a lot of areas in the state or a lot of locations that don't have broadband availability as defined by NTIA. And that's just simply because it's a high cost state, very sparsely populated. It takes a lot to get networks out there. And the estimates are somewhere $1 billion, give or take, of what it would take to serve the whole state with broadband as defined there. So we think that there are still going to be locations that don't have broadband, but we don't know at this point. Once the BEAD money is distributed, we will know which locations remain unserved. And at that point, we do think that the legislature should look at it, have some kind of investigation, but which locations are unserved, which are underserved, and look at different options on how to fix that problem or not. So some kind of an investigation of some sort. But because broadband is really outside of what's considered telecommunications under this act and the regulation for it, the purpose for that investigation and how that's conducted perhaps is something that should be done outside of the act. So again, something to flag for your attention. The funds will probably start to be distributed in 2025, maybe late 2025. So there's a little bit of time. But for purposes of this act and going forward with the bill, we're not proposing that investigation be included within this act, but something that you might want to consider perhaps for interim committee discussions next year and maybe the year after on investigating this issue. And so with that, that's all I have, but I'll stand for any questions you might have.
Okay, I thought that was a nice job. Keep going. Are you going to add something, Mr. Pickard?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, again, follow up on what Jason has said about the bullet point on the final page. I think if you think about his comments that broadband is the underlying base network, and once that is in place, then you could determine either by the legislature or the Public Service Commission, that all of those locations that are served by broadband at some definition of a speed, then voice service is available. So we had a lot of discussion within the working group, and we're going to continue this discussion about which comes first. Do we have the Public Service Commission take a look at what locations are underserved or unserved on voice? There's some argument to be made that once we have broadband, as much as ubiquitously deployed in the state of Wyoming, that everybody would have voice, and then at some point maybe the entire act, because it's a voice act, would go away. So I do want to bring that up. It's a continuous discussion that we're going to have, but it dovetails into why, in the interim, because we don't know how quickly these BEAD dollars are going to be deployed to get that base network of broadband to across the state. Modernizing the act with some type of discussion about location-based support from the USF is our position at Lumen. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Okay. Committee, let's start with you. Anybody? Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just really appreciate all that we can learn from the work you've done. Thank you for the presentation. I go back 3 or 4 years ago, and we talked about it last night. The efforts made on the part of the Transportation Committee to try to address this last point, which is safety, security, connectedness across a frontier state like this. How realistic is it that we can make inroads there? I can remember we passed a bill to ask YDOT, you might remember, to make those towers available. And I was informed last night that really didn't work very well. We didn't realize that those towers weren't good enough structures to put anything else on them. So that was a disappointment. What's coming up, and how realistic is it, any one of you, for us to get to a situation where if you have a car accident out in the middle, somewhere between Lysite and Highland, how long is it going to be before we can get our state better connected? Does that make sense? Because we've tackled this all before, haven't we?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, I'll take the first crack at that one. You mentioned the Department of Transportation. We have had discussions with them on something that's very helpful if it can be implemented properly, and then that's access to highway rights of way. Because as we access the highway rights of way, whether it's interstate or state highways, we can put fiber along those highways and then connect to cell towers from there. And that's what we as Range do today. We connect a lot of cell towers, and having access to those highway rights of way, very beneficial. We just had some discussions on agreements associated with that and how we access that, and just kind of modernizing that. And I think that we're in a pretty decent position there. That's one thing. Permitting reform, a lot of that is federal lands. So that's congressional stuff that we need to work through on access to that. But there are some state permitting issues that we have to work through. Those kind of things are reducing the barriers to entry, reducing costs of getting networks out there. Those things are helpful for helping us to get broadband deployed further into the network. And then, but the biggest one is financial, and that's a lot of injection of money, and we'll see how things play out after that.
So,
Go ahead.
just a quick follow-up. So thank you, Jason, for that. It seems to me like the federal government would maybe be a little more amenable to assisting in those rights of way. If we're putting all this money and effort behind the broadband push, are you seeing that? Does it seem that that maybe we can get some access across some federal land, because it's all about this broadband issue.
Back to you.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, the big thing going on Congress on that is when you're talking about access to federal land for purposes of broadband, there probably is some bipartisan consensus on that could be worked through, at least theoretically. You know, you got to work through all the politics on that stuff, but theoretically, people are saying the right things on that. But the problem then is the concern of opening it up to other industries, and that's where it becomes highly controversial on other industries. And so that's where the sticky point is on that. But yes, you would think that they would want to do that if they're putting in money, that they would also want to help with the other stuff too.
Anybody else? Anybody else in the committee? Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick question on 3715-413 as you're talking about the political subdivisions and kind of that competition, if you want to call it that. Have we seen that take place yet? Have we seen it where we're like, man, that wasn't the best way of handling that? Or is this just more proactive?
Ms. Levin.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Haroldson, we haven't seen it yet. There has been some discussion, I'd say within the last 5 years, we've seen some municipalities take an interest in becoming broadband providers. Why this becomes important to industry now really ties to the federal funds that Mr. Hendricks was talking about, where there is some encouragement from the federal government for municipalities to establish what are called government-owned networks. Wyoming has always taken a very pro-industry approach, so we haven't really seen a lot of that happen in Wyoming, but that is something that is allowable with these federal funds. So that's the driving force of why industry brought this proposed change to 413. So it's proactive.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hendricks, you had mentioned in section 404, part E, and I can't seem to locate that, or if you could just clarify for me what all that did, I'd appreciate it.
Let's give him a minute. If you're going to look for that, let's take Senator Boner's question and you can look, okay? And then we'll get you back on. Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my good colleague from Casper had a good question. I think I just follow up on that. I understand that there's no representatives from this particular industry here today, but we're seeing changes in technology, especially with satellite internet, which would include, some ability for voice communications. And I understand that's probably exempted under our current statute, and you're not proposing to change that. But we're just wondering, since we're talking about this general topic of access to telecommunications and broadband, how do you see those rapid changes in technology affecting this landscape? And would it have any particular effect on this discussion that we're having here today?
Let's go to Mr. Pickard or sure, Ms. Levin, and whoever wants it. Mr. Pickard.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner and Senator Landon, I'm going to address, that's kind of a combined question, and I wanted to respond to Senator Landon's question as well. What I would say, and you're absolutely correct, that technology is moving very rapidly. When we had a meeting here, maybe it was a transportation committee meeting, maybe it was a corporations committee meeting a couple of years ago, we were in a dead zone all the way from Cheyenne to Evanston. We had great services when we were 5 miles outside of a municipality. And today that's not the case. I could drive over here. There's a couple places, but I could drive over here from Cheyenne all the way to here, and I could do a Zoom all the way on I-80. Now that doesn't help those in the northern part of the state, but the point is the industry, Jason talked about the $300+ million coming from BEAD. If our colleagues in behind us here could get their accounting departments to give us and give you a dollar figure of the spend over the last 10 years, you'd be astonished. Billions of dollars invested in the state of Wyoming and across the nation. My colleague to the right here their wireless company enormous amount of spend. And that's what's given us that opportunity to function along some of the major corridors. And always needing right-of-way access, that is important. Any costs that drive that up, and we've had this discussion with YDOT, specifically with Lumen, additional fees that are put upon the industry for those right-of-way, that takes away from actually fiber in the ground that can get to your constituents. So technology is moving rapidly. Federal government and to some degree, state government moves at a slower pace. So I think we need to be proactive, and that's why modernizing this act is certainly important. To address your question about satellite, I do represent some of the satellite. They're primarily in the DBS, the direct broadcast services, which are traditionally your DirecTV and Dish Network. Dish Network also has an arm that is now deploying 5G. They fall under the wireless exemption in this act. But as some wireless carriers in the past have applied for ETC designation, you could see that in the future if there's a benefit to deploying those investments and leveraging that with other funds, from the USF or other means. As far as satellite, I think, we can talk about the elephant in the room. It's the LEO satellite, low Earth orbit satellite, affectionately called Starlink. I have Starlink at one of my places. It's a fantastic option, huge speed download, and I really appreciate that. I can do a lot of streaming. I can do Wi-Fi calling over it. I still have redundancy at that location that I'm at, but you're absolutely on the right track here that the technologies, we can only put an act in place that foresees what's on the near horizon. On the future horizon, I would suggest that there are still going to be pockets of unserved and underserved areas in Wyoming, but they're going to be very few, and they're going to be very costly to support. Again, going back to the two proposals, one in this act currently, which is for the Public Service Commission to undertake a study, and then bullet point number 1 on the last page to do it for broadband as well. I hope that answers the questions.
Okay, let's go back and pick up Representative Ottman's question with Mr. Hendricks. Can you do that?
Sure. Can I add on to this one first? If
Shortly,
not,
sure.
it's okay.
No, go ahead.
So Mr. Chairman, Senator Boner, I just wanted to add just a couple caveats on the
You got him
technology.
excited. That's what you did.
Yes, we're all part of the technology revolution, and all of these problems are a lot of the problems are being fixed. A couple things on the wireless, the mobile wireless, just to remember, keep in mind, as you go from 3G to 4G to 5G, each of those things gives you greater broadband capacity, greater bandwidth, more things you can do with it, but the cell sites become smaller and smaller and smaller. So that kind of leaves some people behind in certain areas so that's something that needs to be addressed and looked at as part of the investigation, whatever happens with that. The low Earth orbit satellites. Couple thoughts on that one too are the FCC had originally granted money to Starlink to do whatever they were going to do across the country to provide greater access to that service, but then took it back and said no once they looked at the technology. Because they noticed that the speeds over time were changing. They weren't quite sure about the voice capability, so they kind of backed off on that. It's not considered a broadband service under NTIA's BEAD program either. And then the last part of that is as Wyoming is competing with other states for economic development, how much we want to rely on that compared to fiber as we're trying to entice people to come in, that's a consideration too for investigation. So lots of stuff to consider, but yes, technology certainly fixes a lot of problems. And then, Mr. Chairman, on the question, I think that your question, Representative Ottman, was about on page 20 of the red line draft. If 404E is what I referenced, that would be on page 20 of that red line draft.
She may be looking at the bullet points, but
Oh, I see.
we good?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the committee? Any other questions? Thank you, guys. I thought we did a good job. So just by way of throwing it out here, we're going to hear from the Public Service Commission
Mr.
next.
Chairman,
Oh, Senator Scott.
yeah,
Go ahead, Senator Scott.
yeah, Mr. Chairman, I did have a general question for the industry people. It looks like in their draft, they didn't do anything on the quality of service regulation. I continue to hear complaints on some of the carriers. The billing complaints are pretty much dropped off in recent years. I haven't had a constituent call me on that in some time, but quality of service seems to continue to be a problem in some areas. And was there any consideration of that? And I'm looking for some way to give the Public Service Commission some teeth in dealing with chronic and repeat offenders that where they're just not getting the quality of service.
Anybody want to address that?
Sure.
Mr. Hendricks.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Scott, on the quality of service, I think that some of the concern on that is related to competitive versus non-competitive services and what the commission can regulate and not regulate. For the services that are still regulated, I think that the commission does have pretty good authority to do something about the quality of service. But when they receive complaints for services that aren't competitive, whatever the technology the provider is, the best that they can do is just kind of mediate perhaps, or just put in contact the customer with the provider and try to encourage resolution. But that's other than that, we didn't propose any changes to that. Hopefully the investigation on what's competitive or not competitive maybe takes care of some of that stuff and how that's resolved. But otherwise, if there is adequate competition, that should take care of it, or hopefully take care of it.
Senator Scott, follow up. Senator Scott,
Yeah, I'm having trouble with the
we
computer.
cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now? Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
sir. Yes.
I'm still seeing complaints in the so-called competitive areas where the customer is paying for a service and then not receiving it. And extended outages for reasons that are unclear and maybe just unwillingness of corporate to service what they're selling. So I am looking for some way to give the commission some teeth in that area. And I hope going forward, if this comes forward for a future meeting, I hope we'll be able to find something.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Anybody else? Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I actually do want to follow up on Senator Scott's comment. I think even in the town of Jackson, we have a franchise agreement with Charter, I believe. And during one of the Winter Olympics, there was a dispute with NBC where Charter didn't have NBC anymore during the Olympics. And that made a lot of customers in the town of Jackson very unhappy with having only one provider and not having any recourse. So I do want to understand what those sort of recourses are. So if situations like that do arise again, what the town and what actual customers can do as a recourse when their quality drops because they don't have a channel that's very specifically something that they paid for.
Ms. Levin.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Yin, so specific to that example, that's not addressed in this act because this is telecommunications, that is video service, that is local franchising authority. So really that's a contractual agreement between the town of Jackson and charter, which that whole authority becomes granted under Title II of the Federal Telecommunications Act. But with respect to this specifically, this really deals with voice service, not video service. It probably isn't the answer that you want in terms of how to address it, but that's really a local franchising issue that isn't addressed in the Telecommunications Act.
Is there a preemption issue if a state were to venture into this area?
Mr. Chairman, there is federal preemption in a number of regards. Wireless service, there's preemption. There is preemption in terms of, again, the federal act addresses everything for cable through franchising agreements. The entire industry, it's muddied as technology advanced. So these used to be very clean lines that aren't clean anymore. So you've got the cable provider is now your phone provider. The phone provider is now your internet provider. And so it's the entire regulation of the industry is not as clean and specific as it used to be, which is one reason why we're trying very hard to keep this act focused on voice only, and then addressing, the data, the broadband elements of it down the road at some point in time, should Wyoming actually choose to determine that it is interested in regulation at some level.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else? I think we'll change chairs and have the Public Service Commission come up if that's appropriate. We need to stay on schedule. Just by way of where this is going, we don't actually have an official bill draft. We would entertain a motion, of course, to have this put into a proper bill draft and go forward. I think a lot of work has been done, a lot of progress has been made, and we are probably on track to address this at our last meeting. But with that, Mr. Petrie, welcome. It's good to see you, Commissioner. And are you the chairman now?
I am not. I'm the deputy chairman.
Deputy Chairman Petrie. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the welcome. I'm Chris Petrie. I'm the deputy chairman of the Wyoming Public Service Commission. And I have with me today Melissa Mizell, who is our technical analyst supervisor and the Wyoming Universal Service Fund manager. And members of the committee, sorry for that.
We're glad to see you.
Oversight. The update that you've just received from industry reflects a very focused and diligent effort to look through the act and modernize and streamline it so that it's more compatible with the situation that actually exists now in telecommunications. We are very appreciative of being included in the process that's been conducted so far, and we look forward to carrying on with that towards a conclusion sometime before the next session. And the excellence of that presentation leaves me with very little to add. This investigation that you've had explained and discussed that would be proposed under this current draft is this is a mechanism that perhaps would serve to focus Wyoming Universal Service Fund support on those areas that Senator Scott has mentioned at this meeting and numerous other meetings. And those are also areas that the commission has in the past conducted lengthy and elaborate investigations into, always encountering then the problem that is a solution that could be imposed on a telecommunications company in a non-competitive area has to be technically feasible and economically reasonable. And so I think, as Mr. Hendricks mentioned, it's the focus on the areas where competition truly has not arrived. And I understand the low Earth orbit satellite option has some merit, at least in some places. And we haven't heard consistent good news from customers on the use of that technology. But nothing's perfect, and nobody expected perfection there. The investigation that's been discussed would be a significant undertaking for the commission, I believe. Not to say that it isn't a good idea or that it's not possible to do that, but I would envision a very serious effort on the commission's part, if that is the way the act ends up, to be very careful and thorough to determine where it is that support is actually necessary. And we might have to get creative. This is just me using my imagination, I guess, but simple price subsidies might not be adequate in some of those areas. And this is what we ran into with the economically reasonable aspect of directing a telecommunications company to renovate a system in a very low density or low customer density area. I think this has a lot of promise. As far as the price schedules, Mr. Hendricks explained that well. Also, the commission's interest is not in creating any pointless burdens for industry that's out trying to do their work. Is simply to maintain order, so to speak, and to protect the customer's interest, make sure that the information is coherent and available as it's needed. On the prepaid wireless Wyoming Universal Service Fund surcharge collection, this is, as has already been explained, very similar to the 911 surcharge situation that the legislature has taken up already. And that is that there isn't a billing relationship. We don't necessarily know who's who and who's doing what, how much commerce is being conducted there that might properly be subject to a Wyoming Universal Service Fund surcharge. And with that, I will do my very best to keep you on schedule or to contribute to that. And we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. Any questions for the Deputy Chairman? Any questions? We're good. Thank you both for coming. And thanks for taking care of the Universal Service Fund all those years. Appreciate it. All right, we're now open for more general public comment on the act. So let's begin. Yes, sir. Oh, the OCA's here. That was my oversight. Apologize. Welcome. Not the actual OCA, but people from the OCA office are here. Please introduce yourself and welcome.
Good morning, Chair Case, Co-Chair Olson, members of the committee. My name is Justin Ballard, and I'm the Deputy Administrator of the Wyoming Office of Consumer Advocate. And with me is OCA Legal Counsel, Michelle Madsen. The OCA supports the extension of the Telecom Act as it does provide some regulatory authority for customer protection and service. The OCA would caution against significantly changing the pricing schedule language under 3715-204. Having consistent pricing schedules in a centralized location across companies does provide a benefit for customers when comparing different carrier options. Modifying the reporting can be addressed through commission rules. From the OCA's perspective, the most important telecom issue facing Wyoming consumers is broadband service and access. Broadband is becoming increasingly important for crucial services like education, healthcare, finance, economic development, communication, and public safety. When the OCA and the other consumer groups initially brought up broadband in the working group, there wasn't a lot of interest in addressing it, but the OCA is thankful for the industry's willingness to continue to discuss this important topic. Thank you for allowing the OCA to address the committee, and we will stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. And did you have anything to add?
No, Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm old school, so I really like the word chairman better than chair. And I think I'll speak for my partner, he does too. So if you don't mind, it's one of those things that I never made the transition. And I think it's Madam Chairwoman, if a woman is, I think that's the respectful way to go. So, and I don't deserve a lot of respect, I assure you. Committee members, Representative Yen.
Chairman, thank you. So I appreciate you guys being here. I've always been hesitant about that 413 section on whether it actually helps consumers or not, or if it just helps the businesses provide services. For that section 413, does the OCA take a position on whether it actually helps consumers have a good quality service at a low rate?
And remind everybody what that 413 does.
So, Mr. Chairman, 413, I think the way it was described by the industry was one that doesn't prevent a municipality from offering services, but puts some requirements like providing the ability for an industry provider to provide a service before a municipality could do it.
And the title is Limitation on Authority of Political Subdivisions to Enter Exclusive Agreement for Provision of Telecommunications Services. So back to you, sir.
Chairman Case,
Thank
Representative Yin, committee. Yeah, I think the OCA's perspective is from a consumer perspective, anything that assists the consumer in gaining access to this critical service. As broadband, as I mentioned, becomes more and more important, I think any way that it can be addressed, the OCA would be, interested in considering that.
Okay. So that wasn't really a question about municipalities versus public companies. Does the OCA have a opinion about that area? Sticky wicket, you might just stay away from it.
Not a position right now.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any questions for the Office of Consumer Advocate? Thank you guys so much for coming. Appreciate it. More general public comment? Any more general public comment? Is there any online? Oh, we have Mr. Shumway coming up. Oh, Farm Bureau. Can't wait. Tell them to stand by patiently. Mr. Shumway. How are you?
I'm well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sam Shumway, I'm with AARP. We appreciate being involved in this work and in this discussion. As I think all of you know, our role is to bring and to represent the voice of the consumer as we work on these issues. Just a couple of very brief comments. Excuse me. It's early.
You're a long ways from Cheyenne.
Yes. As has been noted, currently broadband is not regulated in this act or by the Public Service Commission. There's a larger question I think that we need to, and this committee and representatives need to be thinking about, and whether and what will be the role of policymakers as broadband. There's no debate. The broadband is an important critical service for businesses, for our economy. And so what will be the role, whether that's some form of light touch oversight by the Public Service Commission, but as has been noted, billions of dollars are flowing out to states, and specifically hundreds of millions of dollars are coming to the state of Wyoming to expand and enhance broadband services. Hopefully all those dollars will result in increased access, increased reliability. But as has been noted already by a couple of folks on this committee, there still are complaints, and there will continue to be complaints about the quality of service, the availability of service, the reliability of service. Despite the fact that broadband isn't currently regulated, the Public Service Commission will take those complaints and informally pass those along to the providers. That process is fine, but is that adequate? Will that be adequate going forward to ensure that this critical service is available to your constituents, to consumers across the state and businesses? We talked about modernizing this act, and truthfully, if we and this, I want to be clear, this discussion regarding broadband and high-speed internet is not a discussion we probably should be having in the context of this act. This is the Telecommunications Act. And we support the extension of the sunset date, but we want to go on record as saying that we need to think very carefully about what oversight and support for constituents looks like going forward as they become more and more reliant on high-speed internet and broadband. So with those comments, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shumway. Any questions for Mr. Shumway? Any questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Ottman. Your mic's
Well,
not on. There you
Thank
go.
you, Mr. Chairman, and maybe to just go along with your comments. One of the things that I'm seeing is that things are going in leaps and bounds as far as service. And so things are changing with AI, and do you think that fiber and broadband will be able to keep up with the need that is going forward? And do you think that this, that is going to be addressed in any of the formalities that we're doing?
Mr. Shumway.
Mr. Chairman
Yes.
and Representative Ottman, I don't pretend to be an expert in that space, but I will say this. We do know that the demand and the load on these networks is increasing all the time. With video, AI is going to change the game in that space dramatically. I think that we need to be cognizant of that. Whether fiber, as I sit here now, I believe that fiber would be able to meet that demand. Whether satellite could meet that demand, but also as people use more and more data, the load on that fiber at some point, you will reach a point where it cannot meet that demand, and consumers will start to see decreases in speeds. And if those are speeds that they've been promised and that they're paying for, they should have some recourse. Right now, they don't. Their only recourse is to call their provider in what is a unilateral contract, an adhesion contract. Now, they can go somewhere else and there are options. There is competition. I'm not saying that there's not. But right now, as it stands, they can call the Public Service Commission and say, hey, it's been 6 months. I've been working on this. My speed is 10 megabits per second and I've been promised 100. They're not doing anything. I can go somewhere else, but I have very limited options. So hopefully, yes. Hopefully the answer is yes. $349 million is a lot of money. That's the BEAD money that we're getting to the state. Hopefully that goes a long way in ensuring that the answer to that is yes. But as I sit here now, I don't know.
Go ahead, Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, I know this isn't for voice, but from the position of AARP, do you see the need to encourage everyone in your network to be online as far as filing things and doing things when there is such I guess what I'm trying to say is we're putting more and more stress on the system. And so to require everyone to do all of their filings and everything's online, do you think that's a good, because you have a huge network, do you think that's a good idea?
Mr. Chairman and Representative Ottman, I think it's inevitable. I don't think that, I mean, we could discourage people from, filing more we could discourage them from using online services, but it's happening and it's going to continue to happen.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So with respect to technology, it's kind of, you can't really pick on the thing called fiber or anything like that. It's more about the way the whole system works together. And fiber is largely driven by the electronics and the capabilities of moving information over those fibers rather than the fiber itself. So, and that's the trouble with telecom nowadays, is that you pick on any technology and you can't find a home there. We're trying to find policies more with respect to situations, I think. And with regard to the inevitability of online, I mean, it's here and it will grow. And it's amazing that we can sit here in this room and not carry a heavy notebook in and have our entire committee information, which is hundreds of pages, online fairly instantaneously. Now, however you look at that, that's a good thing. It's good for the environment. It's good for our knowledge base. It makes it easier on all of us. So I don't think we're going to stop any of that. We're just going to have to figure out how to make it better. Mr. Shumway, back to you if you want anything.
That's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any public comment? Let's go to Mr. Moline online. Mr. Moline, welcome. It's good to see you.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity. Brett Moline, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation. Also want to express my gratitude for the telecommunication group about including me on the discussion. We appreciate where this bill stands. We really appreciate keeping that universal service fund as part of the act. I realize that it's becoming a smaller and smaller concern as we get more technologically advanced. I would like to add on to the broadband discussion a little bit that we would prefer, if I understand the issue, right now we can go to the Public Service Commission if we have issues. That's much more responsive than going to the federal level. So at least somehow, I agree with AARP that we'd rather have it a state way to complain about lack of service or, the quality. But as far as the regulation, pretty much hands off on actually regulating it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I would take any questions you or the committee may have for me.
Thank you, Mr. Moline. Any questions for Mr. Moline? And so, Mr. Moline, in kind of general, is the commission doesn't really have an explicit authority over broadband now, but they've done the right thing. They have agreed to help people, and some of the concerns are brought by legislators and others, but it seems to be a good space that they've adapted to. And the idea of maybe formalizing that has some appeal. So, this is a good discussion to have. But as far as a true legal authority, there may be little available with respect to the existence of the federal law. But it's a Wyoming way, I think, is kind of where we're at. Any other questions for Mr. Moline? Okay, thank you. Any other public comment on this issue? Any other public comment? Not seeing any public comment. So committee, our choices now are we could make some major policy directions in the proposed draft, but this is not an official draft. We will have that at our next meeting, but a lot of work's been into it, and they've worked with the LSO to help us get it to kind of a next step. So when you actually see a bill, though, it won't have it won't have the sections that don't change and the subsections. So it'll be a much shorter document. I guess what we would do now is entertain a motion. It'd be a voice motion to carry this forward to the next meeting and have it prepared as a formal draft. Good. Lannon?
Mr. Chairman, I would make that proposal that we carry forward these recommendations and see a bill draft at our next meeting.
Yeah. And everybody understand that could be our last meeting, and so we may only see this one more time. And then and so who was the second? Okay, thank you. And so that's a proposal. Are there any proposed amendments or things that might want to be drafted to be available at that time? Not hearing any. So Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would prefer to leave broadband out of it. And I think if we do want to tackle broadband, we should do it separately from the Sunset Date Act, because I think that could introduce a little bit more conflict than we would like for something that I think is very necessary to get through.
I hear you loud and clear, Representative Yen. I'm wondering if we could, I don't really think we need a separate piece of legislation proposed. We just need to kind of understand and staff look into how we would separate out broadband if we chose to do so at the next meeting to see that up. I don't think that's a big lift, but I appreciate your perspective. Anybody else? Okay, let's have a voice vote on that. All those in favor of carrying this over and having a formal draft for our meeting, which is November, I believe. Is it November? October. Everything's compressed this year. So with that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? Okay, deja vu moment, that's passed. So 30 years ago, Senator Scott was on corporations. I was not. And Dave Groover and Lester C. Bowen, named for Lester Hunt, by the way, because his mom and dad both worked for Senator Hunt, drafted this original bill. And it's I never really thought it would still be here in 30 years. It still is. We're still talking about it. Senator Scott had a lot to do with that bill too, as well as it didn't even have a universal service fund when it left the House. It got that over in the Senate, and that was the good work of the senators over there. And Pete Maxfield. Anyway, let's take a break till the top of the hour, and then we're going to start with electricity. I'd like to shake it up a little bit. Our friends at Rocky Mountain Power need to get on the road, except for they fly, with an important meeting with the Utah governor this afternoon. So we're going to get them up first, if that's acceptable to everybody. Okay, thank you. We'll come back at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's rapid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, we got to do 911 still.
Oh, Daniel. Just fine. We're on a break in the committee meeting right now. Everything here pretty fine, except Nancy just moved to her new home. The movers were there yesterday. I was helping yesterday and spent the whole time. And political campaign is heating up. I think I can beat that guy, but we'll see. He was Rob Henry, he from Lysite County Commission. He was one of the principal movers in getting Banner Health in to run the hospital, selling it to them. And people are just mad about that. They have been just awful. So I just sent out a letter. What Nancy asked me to raise with you, and I think it's a good question. Would it be better? You've got Jacob coming out over the Labor Day and Whitney won't be there. We were wondering, would it be better if we came a couple of weeks later as part of potentially a larger road trip and came through on a weekend? Might catch you and Whitney together, and that would give you more of an exclusive time with Jacob over the Balloon Fest one. How would you feel about that?
Okay, we're back to order. Thanks for coming back promptly on the break. We're joined by the Department of Transportation. We're going to talk about 911 outage reporting, and please introduce yourself and welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Smolinski. I am the 911 statewide coordinator, also the SWIC, which is the statewide interoperable communications coordinator, and the chief technology officer for WYDOT. So I kind of give you those first two titles because I'm trying to get the last one out of this conversation as much as I possibly can.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So kind of a little bit of a follow-up during the April meeting, we just had a discussion in regards to some of the challenges our citizens, as well as the PSAPs were experiencing with 911 outage notifications when the system was down. So we've been working with the PSC as well as some of our other partners, WASCOP, WCCA, APCO, which is part of the dispatch managers, and working on some recommendations that we do have and some suggestions that we would like to kind of walk through in the packet that we presented over to you.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I'm going to go ahead and do is just walk through here and feel free to ask any questions by any means. We supplied this to you, and I just do want to make another note. These are some suggestions, some recommendations. We are happy to continue working based upon the committee's direction that we'll take from after the post conversation here. So kind of going over on your page 1 and 2, this is just the table of contents. And we did kind of mention some of the partners that we worked with. I'm going to jump ahead over to page 3. And one of the items that I do want to make a note here underneath number 1, the legislative priorities, the Romanet I current California language that has been removed. That's actually a misprint. So please disregard that in your packet. But kind of moving down here underneath that
That's
section.
probably a good thing. You know, we don't necessarily go with California that much around here.
Mr. Chairman, that's the reason it's been removed. I didn't think that would bode well in this conversation right here. But under section I through A through D, these are the 4 topics that we want to spend a little bit of time on. We're going to walk the committee through these. And then section 2, what we've done is we've actually pulled some of the current statutes relevant to 911, as well as the PSCC, which is the Public Safety Communications Commission. Mr. Chairman and committee members, if we get stuck in acronyms, please feel free to pull us out of there. We speak in this language quite frequently, and we may say some things that you guys just may not be accustomed to when we're going through this. Kind of moving ahead, Mr. Chairman, to page 4 here. What we were working with here, and this is lowercase a, this is actually a list of the current PSC rules in regards to outage reporting. And what we found through our discussions, there's been some challenges that the PSC has experienced with the reporting and notifications being handled in this manner. I won't take the liberty to speak for the PSC, and if there are questions, I would invite them to come up and answer those as far as some of those challenges. But that did kind of make a little bit of impromptu where we are trying to work through here. Moving ahead to page 5, Romanet II, this is a needs development area, and what we're actually looking to do here is to add these requirements in the statute. And by doing so, we'll be able to provide our citizens in the PSAPs a workflow for notifications when these outages do occur on the 911 system. We're also providing some information on what we call an AAR, which is an after action report, noting they're not always going to be applicable, but there's times when after a major outage may happen, we're going to want to sit down with the providers and go over an AAR to determine, hey, what can we do better? Where did we have gaps? Where did we have lapses? Where did possibly a PSAP maybe not deliver where they had to? Did we make sure the notifications got out to the citizens the best way? Is there a better way to handle this? Just a little side note, I can kind of speak from the experience that we just had recently in regards to CrowdStrike. So over at WYDOT, part of my position as the CTO, we have our IT department. When CrowdStrike went down, that whole thing happened Friday morning, we were scrambling and we're trying to find a way that we can notify our own employees. What we started seeing was emails, and we're grateful that ETS did send the emails out. But the problem is if you opened up your laptop and you have a Windows-based system, you had the blue screen of death. You weren't going to be able to receive those. Not all of our employees have state-issued cell phones. So what we have at the WYDOT is what we call Rave Alert. And that's a system where we can send out emergency emails, emergency text messages. We can even have automated phone calls go to you. So we were able to communicate with our staff through this format. And it's a conversation like that that we may take with the providers as we review these after action reports. So I just want to spend a little bit of time there. The recommendations we have are a hybrid of what we're seeing in some other states, and we've kind of taken those to see what's going to work best for Wyoming. I'm going to draw your attention towards the bottom of page 6. And what we talk about here is going to be something that's more population-based and area-based. We heard the telecoms talking about area-based. They want to move a little bit towards that direction. We feel that would be beneficial for our citizens as well. So we've actually taken a formula where we're looking at roughly about 100 citizens, a percentage that might be based that's affected during one of these outages, and that's when the notifications would be issued. There's some details in there, but it does really kind of help out for our smaller Wyoming communities. Currently, we are working underneath the FCC requirements, and as we discussed last time, our population base really doesn't fit there. There's talk about how you have to have almost 500,000 of user minutes in order for a notification to be triggered through FCC requirements. That's a big area, and that's a lot of time for Wyoming to be down. So this gives us a much more focused how we're going to be able to get those notifications out and how we're going to be able to help our citizens. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move ahead to kind of moving to page 7 here. And this is a requirement to report 911 surcharges. So what we're talking about here is the actual reporting of the revenue and the expenditures that are coming in. And when I say coming in, that's the collection that's actually being done by the telecoms, going through and now how that's going to go back over to the PSAPs. So what we're looking to do is we want to include the Public Safety Communications Commission into this effort, as well as the PSC, so we can have a better understanding of how those revenues are being expended, and also where any shortfalls that we continue to see. Are we closing that gap? Are we widening that gap? Are there any recommendations that we can make as we move through there? One of the items that we do have on here is mentioned for VoIP and broadband. Based upon the discussion we had today, I think broadband is probably going to be included, but I think that there's some work to be done there, it sounds like. But we do have that list, and I did want to make sure we highlighted this. Part of the reason we want to make sure we have these requirements, this helps our own office and the PSAPs to submit these reports. In order for us to be eligible for any possible federal grant opportunities, we want to make sure we have a better understanding of where our PSAPs are, and it's a requirement with FCC that we put these reports through. So we're changing some dates here to align the reporting to take a strain off of the PSAPs. This way, we're not asking them to do multiple reports throughout the year. Hey, you got one target, let's get the information. We'll take that data, we'll filter it out, and we'll make sure we get it to the right entities.
I'm gonna talk to Katie for a second.
And then, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move down to section C on page 7, and this is actually regarding to the 911 surcharge itself. We list the current legislation, but on page 8 and Romanet II, we're talking about a recommendation that we're making here to increase the ceiling. So currently, the ceiling sits at 75 cents per line per user. That has been in effect since 1988. And I believe it was maybe 2 years ago, don't quote me on that, that the last county moved all the way up to 75 cents. And just as a reminder, that's roughly still falling about a third short statewide of the revenue collected versus the revenue expended. And that's what we're getting from the reports themselves. So the proposal that we're trying to make here is to raise that ceiling, still allow the local entity, the local governing body, which in most cases is the county, to make the determination of what that actual fee would be set at. Taking a look at the numbers, we see that there's different counties that are in the red at different levels. Some counties may only have to go up a couple clicks. Other ones may have to make a pretty substantial jump. That's not our spot to decide that. We want to make sure the counties still have that authority and they know what still works best in their communities. The other aspect to this is talking about a percentage that would be collected off the top of that would go towards a fund for next generation 911 funding. The reason why we keep talking about Next Gen 911 funding, some of the other items that I discussed earlier, outage notifications, some of the reporting, the Next Gen 911 platform will help in those efforts, specifically on the outage notification. There's a very good, the whole idea is that we're going to build a redundant network. So this way the outages should be farly reduced. And not only that, some of the equipment that then would be in place can more accurately and quickly notify upon some of these outages. So we're looking to build the system up, but in order to do that, it does take funding. And that's where we want to see that ceiling be raised so we can pull some of that off of there. And then, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to kind of move you over to,
We've got a question, Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So want to make sure I understand the relationship of what you're proposing between the increasing the collection amount and this idea of a surcharge. It looks like the current distribution for it's 3% per county, then the rest is based off of population for the surcharge for prepaid services. Are you suggesting a similar formula? And just want to make sure that if that's the case, are you for this additional surcharge that you're looking at a uniform rate among all the counties that, because the concern would be is if you leave it based off a county, the county could increase it to $1 and get a lot more return on that based off of, say, if the statewide average is $3, for example. Just wondering how you see that relationship changing, I guess.
so Mr. Chairman, Senator.
Go ahead.
The percentage that we talked about that would go towards an Next-Gen 911 fund. Let's just say arbitrarily it's 10%. So if we were to go 10% raised upon the lease circuit line, we would carry that 10% over to the prepaid as well.
Okay.
If that answers your question.
And so be consistent across counties.
Senator,
Yeah. Thank you.
you got it. I think we're good. Keep going.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And what we're going to do also is we're going to move over to what we're going to refer to as the funding and authority, which is going to be under Romanet number II under D. And what this basically talks about is the authority for the PSCC to be able to collect the funds. And actually, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to back you up a little bit. I think I jumped ahead here.
Okay.
Underneath II, still under needs development on page 8. So this talks a little bit further about providing the PSCC the authority to expend those funds. So we talked about establishing an account and then allowing the PSCC then to expend those funds and what they'd be able to use for. And that would be for the statewide NG 911 core, as well as some of the services. And then, Mr. Chairman, what we would probably end up talking about here is going to be on page 10, under section E, Romanet II. One of the items that we talk about here is development of Department of NG 911 services. This is something that's long ranging. I kind of joked earlier on about why not carrying this. Right now, we're involved. However, if this plan were to come unfold and the committee decided to move forward, we would have to start looking at using some of those funds that we discussed in order to provide some resources to help manage some of the tasks that we just talked about here. And Mr. Chairman, with that, I'll be happy to stand for any questions. I walked you through this pretty quickly, just in interest of saving time.
I appreciate the speed, actually. Committee? Any questions for Mr. Smolinski? I got the name right?
You did, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Smolinski, talk to me a little bit about how many PSAPs and what are the cost drivers in the 911 system is. And I believe that compared to other states, Wyoming has a lot of PSAPs per unit of population. And as I understand it, it's largely county-based, but not necessarily. But we even have smaller counties in the state that have facilities. Just for example, in my county, we have a PSAP with the Sheriff's Department that dispatches most of the county, but the city of Riverton also has their own PSAP, Public Safety Answering Point. And all of those have networking and equipment and lease lines, but they also have personnel, including 24-hour coverage of dispatch. So is that where these costs are that are covered by the surcharge?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to actually bring up some friends we have from Sweetwater County at this time.
Great.
And while they're coming up, reason being they are managing the Sweetwater Combined Communications Center. So this goes back to one of the requests that you had mentioned last meeting in discussion about regionalization of some of the PSAPs. And I believe our guest over here can kind of chime in on that a little bit. They are operating one of what we would be considered a regional PSAP. And it's a combined communication center. And I think they can talk about some of the expenses, some of the experiences, pros and cons. But I think part of the question that might come up here is going to be what that regionalization aspect, what that would look like in Wyoming.
Yeah.
So what that formula is, what's the end game? And I think that might help paint a little bit of a picture. But while we kind of think about that a little bit, I'm going to actually introduce Mr. Rick Hawkins over here and
Hello,
provide
Mr. Hawkins.
him some.
Hello, Mr. Chairman. And who's the other gentleman?
Mr. Chairman, this is David Halter.
How do you do, Mr. Halter? And you never did introduce your sidekick here.
Mr. Chairman, forgive me. This is Amy Benning. She actually is our 911 planning coordinator who works underneath my office as well.
Welcome, Ms. Benning.
Mr. Chairman, my apologies. I will say she does a lot of this work.
I'm sure.
So I appreciate you calling that out.
So before we do this about the regionalization, I appreciate you guys be here. I want to make sure that the committee, as there other questions asked, I mean, there's a lot in here. There's a big increase in fees. And so, you know, we would be having a bill drafted, I assume, for our next meeting. That's the schedule. That's what your preferred outcome would be.
Mr. Chairman, that would be our outcome, and we made the
Yeah.
recommendations in here.
And so it's another situation where we're not even going to see a final bill draft until the last meeting, which is problematic, but I'll just throw it here. Mr. Co-Chairman, I'll go with you.
Mr. Co-Chairman, I think when you were talking about the increase from I think it was 75 cents is the current statute. And if I see it in the right part of your notes, that would be up to $5, not to exceed $5. Obviously it's out of date from the 1980s. I get that, but help me understand why you landed on $5. Yeah. Was it inflationary, or is that based on some type of survey or what?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Olson, a little bit of both. What we have found, we've had several PSAPs contact our office making this request that they, at their level, wanted to increase their own ceiling right there because there's a funding shortfall. And part of what we're also looking at is the inflationary rate, as you mentioned, where we stand today, it's going to continue to climb. And I think it'll be beneficial that we don't have the PSAPs hit a backstop without enough time to where if they had to make an adjustment, is the $5. I don't think we're going to hit that $5 mark very quickly. I'm not going to, say Nate said this, but irregardless, I think that's going to provide a little bit of headroom. And there's going to be some costs that are going to be associated with this as we come out of the gates in order to build the system. At this time, we're not asking for additional funds to build the system. We're hoping to be able to use these funds in order to build the system. And there's a likelihood, there's room for savings once this system is established. So these long miles and miles of copper lines that they're being charged by distance, those are going to go away. And then we're going to be moving to an IP-based network. We talked a lot about fiber earlier today. There's a cost savings that's associated with that because we're no longer having to traverse over those copper lines. Whether a PSAP decides that they're now going to roll back that savings, I don't know. I won't be able to speak for that, but that would be the option they would have. What we're also starting to see are other states are climbing those fees a little bit higher and higher as we kind of move in there. Alaska, for example, they have a $0 charge to $2 charge. And some of these numbers we're looking at were from 23. We had a colleague do a little bit of research and they were looking over at Maine and Massachusetts, who went to some more state controlled facilities. They're in the $3 to $4 range. Think of the population base they have and the amount of revenue they're able to collect. Part of the challenge we have, and we've seen this over and over again, I've seen it from my time at DOT, in order for us to do something that's going to be basically self-sustainable, a lot of times, unfortunately, that number kind of goes up and up and up because we don't have the masses to take care of it.
Senator Landon.
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And the chairman's right. There's a lot in here. There's a lot to this. And I apologize for just not being as up to speed as I probably should be on this whole 911 picture. I think what would really help me, Mr. Chairman, is if I have a better understanding about what's broken in Wyoming and what we're trying to fix. And then I need to have more ammunition if we're going to carry something like this forward. I just need to get up to speed with as much as I can know about it. So with that in mind, you touched on all those copper lines, for example. Sounds like we've got to move out of those. We've got to get to a new generation of communication capability, but I hope that makes sense to all of you on the panel. That's what I'm looking for. I'm going to need a little bit more to find out, you know, if we're going to propose this kind of a major policy change, we just need the ammunition to do that. So.
Mr.
Thank you,
Smolinski.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Landon, happy to provide as much information as you would ever request. We have been, and I say we, I'm going to say Ms. Benning has been out educating several of our commissioners, county commissioner base, and moving it up there. We have stacks and stacks of information that we'd be happy to present to this committee at any time. I know we're short on time at this, as the chairman mentioned.
We can't fix it today, I guarantee it.
There's a lot there and there's a lot to unravel. There sure is.
Mr. Chairman, we love bullets. We love bullet points.
Yeah. And so just remind the committee how we got here. This was about 911 outage reporting. Remember, it seemed like a simple, very simple lift to integrate into what we were doing. And then it's now evolved into maybe thinking about the 911 system of the future and how we're going to fund that. And so, you know, important issues, but it's a little different. These lease circuits, 911 is provided like an appendage on the telecom system, and it's very old fashioned. They lease copper circuits from the phone companies. They're very lucrative deal. Senator Scott, we'll go to you next, and then we'll come to Representative Harrelson. I know you've had your hand up. Senator Scott. Senator Scott, can you hear? We cannot hear you, sir. We can see your lips moving.
Okay, there maybe it worked that time. Mr. Chairman, back on the 911 outages, where we have a lengthy outage, and some of them have been lengthy, I believe, do the various emergency providers they typically have non-emergency phone numbers? Do those continue to work? And can they be used when the 911 is down so people can get critical emergency services? That's first question. Second question, how do we get the knowledge out to people as to what those numbers are to call when 911 is down?
Thank you, Senator Scott. And Senator Scott, if I could take a moment, you're doing the right thing to mute your mic. You need to make sure that it's muted on the break. Because we've been told that we can actually hear people whose mics aren't muted on the break. So be careful. To Mr. Smolinski.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to defer to Ms. Benning.
I can't wait. Let's, either one will work.
I'm going to ask Mr. Hawkins, since he actually runs a PSAP, and he could talk to you more about how the notifications come into them and how they address them at that PSAP level.
Okay, sounds great. Mr. Hawkins.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. If I understand the question correctly, the answer in short is yes. Most times the regular business phone lines continue to work when and if there is an outage in 911. As far as getting the information out to the public, the way we do it is we use, I think Mr. Smolinski referenced Grave Alert. We have an alerting system in Sweetwater County. You can send that out to a certain group. People can subscribe. You can send that out as a regular alert itself to let people know that there's an issue with 911. It goes through cell towers as well as business lines. And that's how we notify the public, plus social media, Facebook posts and the like. We have one of those as well. And then, of course, the local media is good about getting out the information to dial the 10-digit number in the event that we have an outage in 911.
Thank you for that. Senator Scott, follow up. You're muted again, which is good, I assure you. Senator Scott, you are muted. We cannot hear
Okay.
you.
I'm,
There you go. We lost you. Take a second. We can't hear you. We're going to go to Representative Haroldson and you can work on it. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on page 8, I on the needs development, adding broadband as it's currently providing access to 911 through Wi-Fi calling capabilities. A couple months ago when we had this conversation, the question was, have we gotten to a place where we could use this as a new way of bringing 911 access in more reliable ways? And the question was, we're not 100% sure if fully yet. We're still looking into it. Have we gotten any more answers as far as, are we at a point where that broadband net is capable of possibly meeting that need?
Who was going to handle that one? Mr. Smolinski.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be happy to take it. Representative Harrelson, if you could maybe enlighten the question a little bit more. Just provide a couple additional details there.
Okay.
Well, I think really what you're suggesting is, do we need a landline based 911 system? Could it actually be handled wirelessly and through the cloud? But people don't realize how interconnected they are. But anyway, is that a
Mr. Chairman? So, and I think this is what I would say is, obviously, in a prior life, one of the things as a mechanic in a coal-fired power plant, working in that industry, you put copper line in the ground, it will break. I mean, it's like a given. You know that we have there's a life that we put on every single thing, and if it's a water line, if it's a copper line, if it's whatever it is, when we set that in the ground, as especially with frost heave, with everything we deal with in Wyoming, next thing you know, that little rock. Because this is it, we're putting this thing through granite shelves, we're doing all sorts of crazy things. Next thing you know, it's no longer working. And so it could be a situation where we've got issues in the equipment in our call centers, or it could be very simply antiquated copper lines that aren't working anymore. And I'm saying we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into fiber across this state. And I see it here on the list. It was a conversation we had a couple months ago. Can we use that technology to, in essence, fix maybe an antiquated system and bring us into a kind of a modern day? Because it's interesting where, as I'm hearing these 911 downs, it almost seems like they may be more common than the average phone line going down. And this is the phone line that I pick it up and say, hey, you know what, we have an accident and we need emergency personnel. And all of a sudden it's not working. And so I'm just asking the question, have we gotten the technology to a point where we can actually catch up and use that technology to advance a system that's antiquated?
Mr. Smolinski.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, thank you for the details there. The short answer is yes. It's a hybrid is really what we would take a look at. When we talk about an NG 911 network, we're going to just kind of focus on the backbone right now. That could and very well looks like a hybrid in a lot of installations. So we may have fiber from me to you, but on top, we may put a microwave on top of that. So that if we do experience a break here, or we have bad weather up here, we're still going to be able to communicate. So, Mr. Chairman, does that answer your question?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. It does in a way, but are we there?
Mr. Chairman,
depends.
Representative Harrelson, with funding, we could be there.
That sounds like a really good political answer.
Thank you for that. And if we can, Senator Scott, were you able to come? Can we hear you?
I hope so. I've had a lot of trouble
Yes,
with
sir.
the computer today. The 911, I'm assuming that people figure out there's an outage because they try to call it and can't get through. My real concern was, if the other lines are working, how do we notify people of what those numbers are? It used to be you could just say, well, they look in the phone book and get it quickly, but that doesn't seem to be true anymore. the phone books are not universal, don't cover those numbers. Do we need to do something simple like put a requirement on telecommunications bill that they communicate certain of the non-emergency numbers so that people have them? I'm looking for how do we deal with an outage that's in progress and get people the knowledge that they have ahead of time so that they can deal with it?
So I'm not sure if you heard the answer that was given in the last piece of your question. But there are various methods that they are using to notify the public of the availability of the alternative numbers at the time of an outage. It sounds like it's quite a scramble, but they rely on all their normal online communications channels, the media and other things. Whether that would be advantageous to pre-publish ahead of time or not, I'm not sure. I'll yield to the gentleman, either one of them, to discuss that if you want. It could be counterproductive in the sense that you've been trying to direct traffic in the 911 world for years, for people to. Anyway, I yield to you.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
representatives. So a lot of, when 911 goes down in my mind, we don't have to think of just our constituents in our area. We also have to think about the travelers that come through on I-80. They're not always going to receive that notification of those additional phone numbers. In my mind, they know one number to call. It's 3 digits, 911. The idea needs to be that we need to make that system more resilient in its own. Right now, everything is backhauled to Cheyenne. If there's an issue, we lose 911. With next gen 911, it's more, as Nate put it, a hybrid, where you would have interconnection points throughout the whole state, not just centrally and located in Cheyenne. If we can make that system more resilient, we may not even have to have the discussion of putting out an additional phone number for them to call. So, but we do use Rave Alert to push that out to our locals. And we also post to our Facebook, and then the media shares that. That does help, but a good majority of our calls in Sweetwater County are off of I-80. We transfer 5,000 calls to Highway Patrol's PSAP annually. So we're not going to be able to get that message to them in a timely manner.
Wow. So the committee, it sounds like this is a really good lead into you guys talking about the real operational points about a 911 system and regionalization. So let's go back to you guys and pick up the conversation.
Chairman, so with regionalization, with what we've done in Sweetwater County is prior to 2012, City of Rock Springs, City of Green River, and Sweetwater County each had their own PSAPs. Sweetwater County collected the 911 surcharge and then distributed it to create a multiple PSAP connection. In 2012, we have combined our center. So we now dispatch for all law enforcement, fire, and EMS in Sweetwater County as one center. The benefits of that have been that we are able to better understand those costs. Prior to that, each entity was not able to determine those costs for public for 911 services. So what's nice about having it as one umbrella under its own entity is we've been able to get a hold of those costs and figure out what it actually costs to run 911 in Sweetwater County. We are only paying for one phone system, one radio system, one CAD and RMS system. So CAD is computer aided dispatch, RMS is our records management for law enforcement. We also manage our radio infrastructure in Sweetwater County for our local radio infrastructure. We also work with Ylink and YDOT. We actually help each other out a little bit. So in terms of regionalization overall, having that intergovernmental and relationship has been really helpful. As far as regionalization of 911 services, in my mind, having a statewide 911, next gen 911 system makes sense. As far as the PSATs themselves, they have their own phone systems. So for example, we have a CallWorks phone system. Some of our surrounding counties also have CallWorks phone systems. regionalizing those phone systems makes sense, as long as you can get reliable connectivity between them. That's where the sticking point really comes in. Going with a statewide system, sometimes that comes with a phone system, and it may become a statewide provided phone system. So there's many different ways to look at that. Whether it's cost savings or not, it really depends on where that money comes from. But based on some of the surveys that have been put out by the working groups from the PSCC, it seems like the counties would prefer to have that local control. So
I guarantee that they would
Yeah.
prefer it.
so I'll pass it on to Rick or Amy to add on to that if they'd like.
Anybody like to add on? Ms. Bennett?
Senator Case, or sorry, Chairman.
It's okay.
You know, Senator Landon, you bring up a good point. Why are we making these recommendations? And really, it goes back to the core initiative, which was reliability of the network. And we had to look at each one of the legislative pieces that oversee the 911 operations and identify, well, if we were to have a reliable network and using the next gen 911 system to do that, because it brings us up to the new network reliability, leveraging fiber, broadband, microwave, right? What pieces of those legislations have to be changed in order for us to be able to do that? And so the recommendations that we made were hopefully answer the why, in that we needed to add reliability, we needed to be able to fund the next gen 911. And to your point, Chairman, we have to give the ability for the locals to look at the system and how they can best use those assets to maybe limit or regionalize the resources. So 911 is very expensive the way we're doing it right now. They have to pay for a sometimes reliable network. They have to pay for different phone services across each PSAP. They have to pay for loggers, which are recorders for radio and phone. What we've seen in other states is when Next Gen 911 is implemented, sometimes they can regionalize the services and cut their costs based off of working together. So we've seen different states, say Nebraska, where they've actually taken their PSAPs and said, which phone system do you want to operate with? And then those people share that phone system within their network. So they have 7 EZNet connections, which is the network for Next Gen 911, okay? They have combined the use of those. So instead of paying for, say, 23 different phone systems, they're sharing the cost of those phone systems. So we've seen the ability to share technologies expand when you provide PSAPs with the Next Gen 911 system. And the changes that we made today, I know there is some concern over the $5 surcharge. The $5 surcharge is a cap, no different than our current legislation makes a suggestion of a cap of 75 cents. So the $5 would be the cap, but that gives those communities the ability to go through their system needs and look at what they need to be able to provide 911 services and then set their fee based on that cap.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Newsom, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. So where does WildLink fit in? That may be a larger discussion for another day, but having served my first term on transportation and having taken bullets for wanting to fund WildLink, I'd just like to know where that fits in.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Representative Newsom, thank you.
This is the first time they're actually not asking for more money for WildLink. It's kind of cool.
We almost made it out of here with that WildLink coming up. It has come up. It actually came up with some of the conversations we have to telcos. So where WildLink comes in, this is not to fund, and I want to be very clear about that. This is not to fund any of WildLink operations. So when we talk about that $5, any surcharge, these are 911 driven. So that's phase 1, right? The other aspect to it, and this will be something that Senator Landon had mentioned earlier that I might want to double back with him offline. There was conversation that the wiring towers can't support some of the broadband infrastructure. That's not the case. We have several co-locates. We co-locate with a couple of partners that are sitting behind me. Where does that lead my conversation? We talked about having a fiber point to possibly a microwave over the top. There's no reason we would not look at wireless infrastructure to see how we can help build this network out. That doesn't mean it don't necessarily ride on wiring per se, but there's infrastructure in place. We have power there. We may have fiber there. We have other applications that we can utilize. It's already standing. And quite frankly, we don't have to go build something new, nor do we have to lease additional infrastructure off of a private party. So it's part of the big picture, but we want to make sure that we're talking two separate entities when we kind of come to what we're working here. As far as how it works into the system, we have a slide that we talk about where citizen makes a 911 call. It goes over to the dispatch center. Dispatch center processes the call. They're reaching out to the first responder on what medium? Wirelink. So that's where we show where Wirelink fits in as part of that entire package.
Senator Bonner. Oh, were you done, Senator Representative? Thank you. Senator Bonner.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the suggested fee. First of all, just a quick calculation with Bureau of Labor Statistics, 75 cents in 1988 would be worth about $2.04 today. So just a little bit of information for the committee, but my question is, you're also saying you should have broadband to be paying this fee as well. I'm just wondering if you've done any calculations as to how much additional revenue that would provide, even if we kept it at 75 cents, and how would that meet the need as seen from the local providers?
Mr. Smolinski.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Bonner, I don't have those statistics right now. I don't think we know enough about the broadband aspect, but what we do know is we have people saying, as an example, Alexis, call 911. So that's where we're starting to take a look at that. There's several people that do strictly Wi-Fi calling. So there's areas where it fits into there, but as far as the actual statistics, we would probably have to work with some of the providers to get those numbers.
Okay. Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This would be a question for either Sweetwater County gentlemen. Thanks for coming over. You talked about the savings you had once we did the combined communications path, post 2012. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but do you have any idea of what kind of savings we're looking at there?
Yes, sir.
Chairman, Representative, when I was talking about the savings, a lot of it is the equipment we have now. The savings is of the purchase of the new equipment. Unfortunately, we can't put a number to that because the cities and the county, a lot of those costs were so absorbed in the rest of their departments that it was really hard to track that. When our center combined, there was the 911 system, the radio systems that we have, were due to get replaced anyway. So rather than purchasing 3 separate radio consoles, we only had to purchase 1. So the costs are, we only have to buy 1 of something rather than 3. As far as a number, I can't give that right now. So, but that's where our savings was.
Yeah, I think we're going to find out that the new generations, the new capabilities of 911 are much more robust. So people actually get more than they used to, and law enforcement gets more information, and it's a better system. It's not necessarily cheaper when you consolidate as you move to these bigger, more robust platforms, and just to have the capability of your cell phone documenting where you are is, that's a huge benefit, which we didn't have before, but it also comes at a great cost. So with consolidation, you see savings of some sort, but we're actually expanding services too. So there's a couple of pieces to that, but back to you, Representative, if you had anything more.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Since it's an election year.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. No, I was just I'm trying to put it together because if this consolidation of an regionalization of communication things, I would like to maybe look at how we maybe institute the $5 that you guys are asking for, But at the same time, if we could do it for like 250, if there is savings there to not take away the local control, but to give the different counties, you know, something to work toward to be able to benefit themselves. That's where I was kind of getting at with everything.
It's a good direction. I think the committee's all going to come out. I'm not sure we can do this lift, everybody, this year and get it all the right pieces. And how you have the right transition and the right impetus for regionalization and build it in and have it work on each other. So maybe you guys could explain the urgency. What would happen if we took this up next interim? I mean, I'm just asking, or if there's a piece we could do now and try to build and have some legislative horsepower on it and private and horsepower, public safety horsepower to come up with a more consolidated plan as we go forward. But help me, Mr. Smolinski.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take a stab at it. I think part of the discussion that would take place there is you're
Pull that a little closer. I'm not sure that everybody's hearing you. Thank you.
no worries, Mr. Chairman. I think you're going to be kicking the can further down the road
Right.
as far as when we can get to the NG 911. So we've been in discussions on this. We had the plan and action for an NG 911 migration for several years. We're now slowly trying to get this thing migrated. So another year, we're still dealing with high expenses. So the stuff that we just discussed, as far as some of those savings and how we can produce a better product, that's just going to have to wait is what it comes down to. Now, as far as maybe taking a couple bites out of that apple, that's something we could easily take back and take a look at there. I think there's some things on the back end of what we talked about. One of the key items was, standing up a department. That's going to take some time. We know we're not going to be able just to, hey, you're over here now, go to work there. And I think there's some further discussions that we have to have with some of our partners, WOS, WCCA. We've been engaging them all the time during these conversations. We have their support. They're right there with us on this, but I think we still need to map out a few things when it comes to that end game, I guess I could say.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that as we transition, it locks out regionalization. People subscribe to contracts for services, they buy equipment, they organize, and they get kind of locked into their physical footprint as they evolve forward. But because of the way they've evolved forward, it's precluded really a consideration of regionalization. So how do we address that?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's kind of I use a phrase a lot when we're talking, it's the crawl, walk, run, right?
Say it again.
Crawl, walk, run.
Well, okay.
So what I mean by that in this instance, if we try to come out of the gates firing, I think you will have that where you're going to have 28 PSAPs all trying to do what they want to do. However, if we put some guardrails around this, and it goes back to what Ms. Benning mentioned earlier, there are some technology, there are some services that make sense to regionalize. And I think that's got to be part of the conversation we have to have with the PSAPs and their managers to make sure, hey, we're going to stand up this product. It offers this menu of services. We encourage you to get on board with this. If you choose not to, then maybe they're not part of that funding mechanism. Maybe that's the carrot.
Okay. I think that's good. Committee, any thoughts? Why don't we take some public comment and then let's come back and decide committee what we're going to try to accomplish this interim. So let's hear from the industry, I think. And are there agencies that want to weigh in? Let's hear industries on their feet. That's how quick they are. We'll hear from them first. Mr. Hendricks, Ms. Levin. The PSC's walking out the door. I know. It's okay. We got you covered.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Jody Levin here on behalf of Verizon and Charter. It's just a couple of points. I know we're short on time, so I won't belabor some of these issues. Industry was not part of this working group. We did meet with YDOT. The smaller telecom working group did meet with them a couple of weeks ago where they presented these recommendations, but we weren't part of developing these recommendations. I can say for my clients, we would appreciate additional time and study to work through these issues because some of this is is very technical. Just even the issue of who reports the outage, what type of outage? Is it that the service is down or is the 911 system down? Because sometimes it's the service may not actually be out. Like telecom service may not be out. It may just be there's a problem with 911 itself. So there are definite issues in kind of a technical operation standpoint that need to be addressed that aren't quick fixes. Changing reporting thresholds from what the FCC requires to what would be more reasonable for Wyoming. That's a very sympathetic issue. We get that it's a small population, so to hit some of those thresholds in Wyoming takes a lot longer. But again, operationally, that requires changes in systems that aren't overnight changes. If the committee wants to consider assessing a 911 fee on broadband, that does not happen today. Part of the reason why is because the end service pays the 911 fee. So whether that's digital voice or wireless, something is still paying the 911 fee. So if you institute a 911 fee on broadband, we'd ask that there be a separation so you don't double dip. So customers aren't getting hit twice. And then, of course, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't tell you that there is substantial concern with raising a cap to $5. So from a risk standpoint, I have to give worst case scenario to my client. All the counties go to $5. That's a per connection per month fee. So average household, 5 cell phones. But the 911 fee is collected on anything that has a phone number attached to it. So that could be your landline, that could be your digital voice. If you have an Apple Watch, if you have an iPad. So it escalates quickly. And then you're asking industry to raise those customers' bills. Not all of industry passes those fees on to customers. Some of them do all-in pricing, but most do. So quickly, all of a sudden, that cell phone or that monthly bill, $25, $35, $40 a month. That makes customers really angry at providers. So we're not saying that the 911 system isn't critical. Of course, it's critical. It's one of the most critical things that government provides. Similar to WyoLink, because many of you have heard me say this for many, many years. There's nothing more important than public safety. But in small states, we have to have realistic conversations about what that looks like and how you fund a system, because technology continues to transcend. It's not stagnant, it's dynamic. So costs will continue to go up. Maybe this is something that should be a general fund appropriation or should be partially funded through a general fund appropriation. At some point, it becomes unattainable to put this on customer bills.
Thank you. Let's get Jason Hendricks, and then we'll take questions for you both.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jason Hendricks again with Range. Just touching briefly on each of the 4 points. First of all, I echo what Ms. Levin said. I agree with all of that. I think that all of industry should be part of these discussions going forward, because there's it's very technical. Each provider has different types of networks potentially. So I think that we need to address this and have more time to work through it. That being said, under items 1A and B, theoretically, it seems like something that could be done this year. I just think that we need more time to work through it. Specifically on notification and reporting requirements. There is a notification requirement in the commission rules now that's not tied to any size of outage whatsoever. It's if there's an outage, you report it. And I understand that they want to change who the report goes to. I think that we could work through that, but some of the technicalities of the notification, I think, need to be worked through. For example, 3 different types of outages. Let's say that we have a distribution line that goes to a subdivision, and the distribution line gets cut. The only people impacted are the folks in that subdivision. They can't call out at all, which means they can't call 911. That's obviously a report that has to be made by that local provider. There's also a type of if it's just the line connecting to the PSAP, just that one line that gets cut, so the PSAP itself is out. That's a different type of notification potentially that needs to be worked through. And then there's a scenario of part of our operations, we're just a transport provider and we provide the backhaul for other companies. So if we have a transport line that has 5 different carriers on that, and that line gets cut, all 5 entities are impacted and their customers can't not call 911. Who reports in that situation? Is it the transport provider? Is it each of the individual companies? Is there multiple reports that cause confusion and redundancy? So things like that with our modern interconnected network, I think that as we look through this, rather than just changing how the notification is done, maybe, who the notification goes to, change some of the ramifications or the technicalities on the notification itself. So I'd like to have more time to work through that. The one where they're trying to sync up with what has to be reported to the FCC versus what they get today, that seems like something that's pretty easy to work through if we just have a little bit more time. The 911 surcharge, assessing it on broadband, that's a pretty tough go. I think if the concept policy wise from the state is that it should be on a voice provider, it seems like the broadband provider who provides voice for that service is what the surcharge should be, not just broadband in general plus potentially voice. Yes, there could be double dipping, and I really do think as we look forward, transitioning to the D here, as we're talking about next gen 911, as we're talking about building a new network, I really do think that we need to look at efficiencies and if we need to have this many PSAPs and how the network is structured and the kind of fees. And so I think C and D really need a lot more time to work through. That's a huge increase potentially, even if it is just a cap. It's potentially a huge increase in rates for customers, which impacts affordability. We're talking about universal service funding in our previous topic and keeping rates affordable. And now you're talking about having something that's potentially 15-20% of the current bill of what's affordable. Broadband, whether that's affordable. I just think that there's a lot of stuff that needs to be worked through on C and D and specifically, and I'd like to have a little bit more time on A and B as well.
Thank you. Questions for these? Senator or Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've worked on Next Gen 911 bill in 22. And I was a co-sponsor of that. And I think we heard this, I think through that process, we talked about having an increase in fees and the same argument was made that the increase in customers. But according to Mr. Smolinski's testimony, they're a third short. What the cost of running the program versus the costs collected. And so I guess my question to Mr. Smolinski, if he would return, is where does that money come from? That extra third that it takes. And we mentioned general fund money, but I think we have money coming in that is not customer based currently.
So let's wait. Let's get questions for these two witnesses. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. We're going to interrupt the 911 discussion and we're going to get Rocky Mountain Power on to discuss their things, and then we're going to move forward. It's just the way we've got to accommodate everybody. But questions for these two witnesses? And then Mr. Smolinski, since you're here, go ahead and address it, the 1/3 shortage.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Newsom, excuse me. What we're finding is the counties are subsidizing with other county general funds about how they're actually paying for their PSAPs at this point. Where those funds are coming from, it varies. It varies.
Okay. All right. You guys take a break. Rocky Mountain Power, I'm sorry to do this to you, but understand your commitments today. We'd like to hear from you first. And we're sort of jumping into the electricity section. Before we do that, while they're coming up here, I'll give the update on the electricity taxation working group and RFP that's out there. So there is a working group. It's a subcommittee, actually. It's made up of 2 members of this committee, 2 members of the Revenue Committee, and 2 members of the Minerals Committee. We've had several meetings by Zoom, and we drafted an RFP, which has been released and is out there. The due date for the RFP is tomorrow, if I remember right, 31st of July. The RFP is structured more to the legal side of the world. We did a lot of in-house soul searching, and we had Mr. Richards from our economic staff and other folks, and we became convinced as a subcommittee that the LSO has and is developing fairly robust methods of looking at the economic impacts of electricity taxation, and they're able to potentially even to recover and begin to operate the well-known E3 model as we take that over. And so we looked at taking the RFP, which includes $50,000 budget for the committee work and for the contractor. So that RFP was restructured to just focus on the legal analysis. And off the top of my head, it's the interstate commerce implications of taxation of electricity, implications with respect to the multi-state protocol, which involves our good friends sitting in front of us with Rocky Mountain Power, implications of FERC regulations with respect to electricity taxation. And included in all this is whether, in terms of adding a new tax on electricity that would apply to all customers, we can at the same time get rid of the sales tax on electricity, which applies to Wyoming customers only, so that folks that purchase their electricity in Wyoming don't get doubly taxed. In fact, could see an increase or could see a decrease or could stay the same. And I'm going to look to Katie Adams to see if I captured everything. Do you think that was a good summary? So that RFP is on our website under our committee materials. It's at ANI's website, and it's also on materials for the subcommittee. With that, Rocky Mountain Power is here in front of us. This is the electricity section. They have commitments in Utah this afternoon. It sounded like pretty significant commitments to me, so I wanted to make them available early. We're still going to pick up everybody, I promise. To you, introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, excuse me. Me? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the committee adjusting the schedule and then also the indulgence of everybody else that came to present today. So we'll try to be concise. I'm Dick Garlish. I'm the president of Rocky Mountain Power. And with me today is Tom Carter, who is the vice president of government affairs, and he's responsible for the GA work in all the Rocky Mountain Power states. I think in terms of reforms, it's a big topic, and there's lots of different reforms and different stages of maturity, but I'm going to try to focus today on a couple of particular pieces. The first is a reform brought to us by the federal courts. I think, as this committee is well aware with your work with regard to the power plants, in our previous discussions, there's been a lot of EPA laws and executive actions that have been taking place in MATS, CCR, Good Neighbor, greenhouse gas rule. We continue to challenge those rules as they become rules and before the implementation, but we did see a significant reform in the sense of the rejection of what's called the Chevron doctrine. Oversimplifying it greatly, this is challenges about a 40 or 50-year precedent of judges giving deference to agencies like the EPA on different policy decisions. I think this will have not an immediate effect, but a pretty substantial effect on how executive orders are treated going forward. And so that's a significant reform as a result of a court case, but that we're keeping an eye on how that plays out in that regard. The other thing I wanted to talk specifically about today and spend most of the time was on large loads. We are seeing an unprecedented amount of large load activity in Utah and Wyoming. Tremendous amount of interest and demand and growth, a lot of it being driven by AI data centers in particular. And to put it in perspective, it took like 100 years to build about 1 gigawatt of energy infrastructure in Wyoming. I have some requests in our queue that are looking for 1.4 gigawatts or more of energy capacity, and they would like to be online in 3 years. So this is a tremendous economic problem, a tremendous physics problem, quite frankly, and how we can, make those kinds of capital investments and do it quick enough to meet the ramp rates. And it's a little bit of a competition land grab going on. I think what we're seeing as we have different discussions with folks that are interested in expanding in Wyoming and Utah is that the low hanging capacity and energy has been kind of soaked up everywhere. And so now, the race is on to figure out what states are going to figure out a path for these hyperscale loads. And just to put in perspective, I'm talking about 75 megawatts or greater. These are very, very large facilities that require a lot of power. So Wyoming is actually ahead of the curve here, I think, through this committee's work and Chairman Case's bill that put the structure in place for the commission to come up with the tariff that Black Hills has used successfully in terms of managing large load customers like that. Wyoming is a little bit ahead of the curve. And in fact, we're pushing forward in Utah, trying to copy Wyoming in that regard. But one thing I think that would be helpful is to make it clear that when you're a hyperscale type load, that you need to follow the large load processes, because as we're seeing, we're trying to find the balance. As we're all aware, there's a tremendous amount of upward pressure on rates and affordability for customers. And we want to get the large loads and provide for the growth and provide a pathway for that economic development. But at the same time, we want to make sure that existing customers that maybe don't need a new transmission line or generation station, don't get assigned the cost. So we want to try to make sure we're doing that in a balanced way. So I think that's a discussion that we're going to have and continue to have it here. So those were my primary areas I wanted to focus on, just being sensitive to the time. But I'm happy to answer any questions or go wherever you want to go.
Were you thinking of talking about liability?
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk about. I'm
referring to wildfire.
Yeah, I was just getting organized in my thoughts. We're seeing wildfire it's becoming all consuming. We're only halfway through the fire season. We're already seeing twice the fires we saw last year with twice the intensity in the different places. We've enacted our wildfire mitigation plans, and we found ourselves in a position already this summer many times and across the service territory doing power safety shutoffs, and in some cases emergency de-energizations to reduce the risk of ignition and intensity of fires. So it's just the intensity and the frequency of the fires is just no doubt it's exponential. It's growing a lot. And liability protections in place. We're in a situation right now where IOUs and co-ops are facing a gigantic risk of being the insurers of last resort to socialize the cost of these large fires. And this isn't just an RMP problem. We're seeing it across the sector, and we're doing work in places too. And we have some discussion on this tomorrow in minerals around ways to mitigate the fire risk for IOUs and co-ops and for the state. And unfortunately, there's kind of the states that have had their serious fire, and the ones that haven't had it yet. And in the situation where you're not dealing with a catastrophic fire and the liabilities and the tragedy that often comes out of that, you have a little bit more space to be more thoughtful and structured. Utah is leading out on this, and so is Idaho, evaluating what kinds of things to be put in place to mitigate the risk of IOUs and co-ops and ultimately the state becoming the insurers of last resort for catastrophic fire. So for example, in Idaho, there's been a working group moving forward with a bill that's designed to have wildfire mitigation plans in place that actually create affirmative defenses for co-ops and utilities, but also limit. Idaho already has liability limitations, caps in their statute. So there's part of that effort that's going to be just to clarify that they apply to co-ops and IOUs. So that effort's going on. I think we talked about before in this committee about Utah took the step of capping liability for electric utilities, where there is a wildfire mitigation plan in place and some other things. And it's a discussion we want to have here in Wyoming too, because I think it's not just about Rocky Mountain Power. It's about all co-ops and IOUs and ultimately the state not being the insurer of last resort. And just while we're on insurance, we're seeing tremendous pressure as insurance companies have responded to the claims that they have received. We're seeing them react in a couple ways that are putting pressure on our rates. First of all, they're reducing the amount of insurance that they will write, even to residential customers. Some of the larger ones are going as far as not to write new policies for homeowners or businesses, or not renew. Even if they do, the premiums have gone up substantially. We're looking at, for our next insurance, 100x, estimates of 100x. I had one proposal that was offered me $50 million of coverage for $40 million. And it's just, and it's not, it's across the industry and it's across the utilities, whether they've had a fire or not. And it has a lot to, not as much to do with a particular utility's history of maintenance or anything else, and more to do with insurance companies trying to cover the losses that they've had to shell out and preserve their shareholders is a big part of that.
Thank you. Let's see, committee, any questions? Not sure why we're getting an echo, but Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a point of interest, as far as the fires and things like that going, is that mostly for equipment, poles, wires, facilities or whatever? And also, do you have an idea of what types of areas? Is it out, in the middle of nowhere? Is it close to where there is some other form of utility, or where is it?
To you, sir. Mr. President.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Ottman, there's a couple things in there, so I'll try to unpack them, but if I miss something, let me know. So, as we put our wildfire mitigation plans together, it's a lot of science. We've expanded our expertise in terms of meteorology and topography and land. And we do a lot of statistical study of what are the high consequence fire areas. So that's a combination of historical weather patterns, current weather patterns, density, people living in what's called the WUI, the wildland urban interface. So a lot of factors to try to identify high consequence areas. And then on the front end of mitigation and prevention, we use that to try to prioritize where we want to put investments to lower the risk of wildfire or the severity of wildfire. But it's not a perfect science, and we've had some very serious, some of our worst fires, frankly, in areas that we didn't anticipate to be high consequence fire areas. In terms of causation, there's a lot of different types of causation. Weather is a big factor. When you have high winds and lightning and it's dry, and you have dry fuels and a lot of fuels, so weather is a large factor. Human caused, which covers everything from fireworks to negligent campers and that kind of thing. And then there is a smaller amount that is actually utility caused or potentially utility caused from things like conductors slapping together in hard wind and creating sparks and falling down. So there's a range of things. I do think that in terms of the intensity, the impact, with more people living in the interface of wildland urban interface, the impacts are larger because those are areas that weren't previously before maybe populated. But on the upside, cities, more dense cities have, kind of built-in fire breaks with things like roads and highways and things like that. So that's kind of an overview of kind of the universe of things. I hope that answers your question.
And she also asked what you are actually insuring. And it's more than just the physical facilities that they have.
Yep. So, in terms of our insurance, we have a stack of insurance. So just like you might have at your house, you have your house insurance, your car insurance, and those kinds of things. We insure our facilities. We insure against damages where we're caused. We have our general insurance for our business, just, everything from our fleet vehicles and all those kinds of things. So regardless of what the insurance is, it's all going up, and some is going up more than others, especially the wildfire related insurance for facilities and our liability and those things.
And some of the liability you're talking about is liability for damages to third parties. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's very fair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Who's that? Representative Wiley.
Mr. Garlish, it's good to see you. I have a question a little bit. I've had some conversations. I'm going to jump backwards a little bit. We'll get away from talking about fires and insurance.
Sure.
I'm sure you'll be happy with that. So I've had a handful of conversations with our data center folks, and the ones especially for Southwest Wyoming are telling me that they're having a hard time getting service from Rocky Mountain Power. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure, Chairman,
President Carlos.
Representative Wiley. Yeah, we're having some challenge. Our network, our capacity in Wyoming needs investment. We are, I don't want to say tapped out, but close to tapped out, so that means that the load that we currently have versus the demand that we expect, we have a gap there. We have some challenges in terms of meeting the ramp rate, what we call the ramp rate. So sometimes it's not an issue of, I'm just going to talk generally about the kind of challenges we see in this kind of area, and we can expand on it. So one challenge is to see, do we have the capacity there? Can we get it there? And then at what cost? And then especially on the transmission system, that's becoming quite challenging because, we're just at a place where in order to bring on the next increment of load, we need to make a pretty significant investment in transmission infrastructure to get there. And then the ramp rate or the timing for folks is a challenge, right? We can't always, we might be able to do it, but not on the time and not for the amount that is passable for a business. So we are facing those challenges there. Mr. Chairman, Representative Wiley, that.
Certainly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Yarrows. Yeah, that helps. That helps a lot. Would you say that moving into the future, when we have a lot of the other states in the protocol that don't want a certain type of energy, that we can sell that here locally as long as we take care of the transmission problem, and then kind of solve the problem, one stone, two birds?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Wiley. I'm going to give you a waffling answer saying potentially, and here's why. I would explain my waffle. I do think that there is a lot of pressure on the 6-state model. I think we've talked in this committee before about, the idea behind it was economies of scale. The larger the system, the more benefits, and then a way to spread the burdens and the benefits equitably. I think that worked pretty well when everybody had the same energy policy and the same priority. But that's not where we are now. I mean, even the words mean different things to different people. Least cost, least risk, what it means here in Evanston versus what it might mean in Medford, Oregon, very different, right? And that's just making it very difficult for us to manage going forward. So there's increasingly pressure on that. As a matter of fact, we terminated our MSP framework negotiation because we just felt like we weren't going to get to a negotiated allocation. We're going to have to come up with an allocation and run it through the regulatory process. So there's just a lot of pressure on that model anyway. So, but then when you get to the next thing about what are some of the options, what might be different, it's a conversation we can and should have, but I just want to flag it's a big conversation, and how things get split up and moved to different places all has a cost to it. The generation that's in this state is a lot of generation, but Wyoming only owns 15% of it. Somebody else owns that other 80%, and how to deal with that and how to move it around and to get the right mix of things. So that's a long way of saying I think there's opportunities and there's discussions we can have, but I just want to flag that there's going to be trade-offs, policy trade-offs, and costs associated with that as well. So,
and just for people online and in the audience and the committee, the MSP is the multi-state protocol. It involves 6 states that are in the Rocky Mountain Power Pacific Corp region that have worked together over the years to kind of divide up the assets in terms of a regulatory sense. And if I recall, there's been some news lately that the MSP remains in effect, and there was some efforts to try to revise it. But as I understand, Rocky Mountain Power is tell me what's happening right there.
Thank you, Chairman Case. Yes, it is the multi-state protocol. So it's essentially, to oversimplify a little bit, it's a contract or an agreement that is in place. It remains in place. It doesn't expire itself into 25. And that agreement is just how the 6 states that are part of the Pacific Core system share the benefits and the burden. So thank you. They're right, Chairman Case, that the protocol itself is still in place. The negotiation framework that we terminated was really a discussion around how could we get to a settlement about what the replacement for that protocol would be in 2025. And unfortunately, it just didn't look like we were going to be able to, under the time frame, get to an agreement. So we're shifting gears, and now the company will come forward with what we think is an equitable allocation, and we'll work it through the commission. So the protocol, just emphasize, the protocol remains in place through 2025, but how we get to the next, its replacement, that's going to change.
And thank you. And who had a question? I apologize. Was it Senator Landon?
And Mr. Chairman, I know we're tight on time and we could talk all day. Appreciate you being here, President. My question is there opportunity outside of that multi-state protocol for Wyoming to help meet some of the concerns that you outlined for Representative Wiley, for example? If we've got a load factor coming into play or a demand factor, is there a way that Wyoming can sit down at a table and assist with your company in perhaps figuring out how to meet that demand?
Thank you, Chairman Case, Senator Landon. That's a great question. I think that it's a discussion that's coming, and not just for Wyoming, but for other states as well. I think the challenge, and I don't have a good answer for this today, is how best to have that conversation, because in some sense it's a policy discussion, and it has to do with a state's priority and where they want to go as a state, and not as much about while it's important, not so much about regulatory mechanics of recovery and all those kinds of things. It's kind of really big picture stuff. And it's something that we're talking about internally, and I think we'll welcome a conversation. But I just don't know today what that looks like exactly.
Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, so I think the forecast of increased demand is a great economic opportunity for Wyoming, right? We are an energy economy. So I do agree that, if we can figure out how we can use that energy in Wyoming, that's also good. But just to be more specific, I think on Senator Landon's question, are there ways that we can reduce the cost of building out transmission or any other part of that to make it so we can create more of that opportunity of Wyoming's power being used?
Mr. Garlish.
Thank you, Senator Case and Representative Yen. Yeah, I think that there are several ideas. I mean, if we just look at what are the barriers, right? Permitting is usually almost always a barrier. The cost of the investment and who bears that cost is sometimes a barrier. But in bringing back to the theme of the day, reform, I think we do need some new tools, and I think Wyoming is good. I would like to build on what's in Wyoming already because of the large load structure in Wyoming. I think I mentioned this before, but I'm honestly trying to copy your guys' homework in Utah, and just clarify that for those large loads, that is the process, and really focus on the cost causers should pay. So if you're, if you're wanting to build a huge data center, like, you should pay for the capital investments involved in that, as opposed to, Grandma Millie and those kind of folks. So I think that we can just build on that, and that conversation's already going, but I'm happy to open that dialogue and keep it going and get more specific.
And certainly in the back of our minds, there is an opportunity here for some of those generation resources, maybe theoretically, they could fill a gap here. So, but it's a long ways to get there. Senator Landon.
Well, Mr. Chairman, just to add to what you just stated, I think that's exactly right. And Representative Chin, I appreciated the clarification that it might involve transmission lines, it might involve other investments that we could sit down with Rocky Mountain and perhaps help in the investment of what it takes. So, thank you.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to kind of drive down a different road real quick if we can. The last couple of years, Pacific Core and Rocky Mountain Power in the state of Wyoming maybe not having the best name with kind of the rate increases and some of that stuff that's come down the pike. What's the game plan on a public relations side for a culture shift view, I guess, of kind of where Rocky Mountain Power is, and maybe just a conversation? Because as a legislator, that's what I'm getting a lot of is kind of that frustration being pointed back towards it with maybe not a full understanding by people of what you guys are dealing with, but at the same time, maybe not a full disclosure of fully what that looked like. So has that been something that's been on your guys' radar in a conversation as you're moving forward of how do we kind of have the handshake and an understanding that we're here for you guys and we're trying to do the best for you guys? And if not, then what does it look like?
Mr. Carlish.
Chairman Case, Representative Harrelson, thank you for the question. So there has been a lot of change. Cindy Crane was brought back to be the CEO. So that was a significant change. And, certainly a consideration in that was her long tie to the Rocky Mountain Power States and Wyoming and her activity and relationships here. I'm here. And, I'm trying to rebuild and dig out the hole, honestly, because I think that your assessment was fair. I mean, I don't know that we've always done a really great job of explaining our challenges and why we think where we need to go is the right way to go. And maybe also being a little arrogant in that delivery from time to time, myself included. And, so trying to work through that and be more open and transparent and then try to figure out how to engage more directly. So in our last round of rate cases on the EBA, we had a series of open houses and, I went to a number of cities and over a week spent a lot of time talking to folks. And that was real helpful to me because it was, not the Cowboy State Daily, but it was like, regular people, telling me kind of where they were at, and some with a lot of enthusiasm on occasion. Which was really good because I got to see where people were coming from. Like there's a lot of pressure and I had a better and deeper understanding of what people are facing. There's a lot of pressure on folks in Wyoming, in terms of being able to, pay the increased cost of groceries and fuel to be able to drive from one place to another and have frustration. But what I learned after more I talked to about, we had the open exchange of kind of where they're at, where we were at. Like we didn't always agree on everything, but we had a little bit better understanding where we were coming from. And so right now, to be honest, I think I'm trying to figure out a way to do that, on a broader level, like, because it's, there's still a lot of people. I know there's only 4 people to every 1,000 envelope or whatever, but there's still a lot of people to talk to one-on-one. So trying to figure out how to do that. And, if I'm being honest too, I think it's just going to take time, right? And conversations like this and coming forward and exchanging ideas and being more transparent. But so that it's not very fancy or very sexy, but that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to show up, we're trying to engage, we're trying to listen, and we're trying to tell our story more. But I'm open to suggestions from anybody about how to do it better or different, because we need to, because I think this is a difficult time for utilities in general. There's just a lot of upward pressure on rates, whether that be inflation, the pressure of, making hard choices on what investments to make and the cost of the investments today versus the future benefit for future generations. And then this policy kind of tension of states wanting to go a different way in the model that's used. So there's a lot of those pressures. So it's a time to talk more and be more blunt than less. I think that's where I'm coming from, but I really appreciate the question.
It's a good question. Let's not say anything. There is tremendous rate pressure out there, you guys. And it's with this company and it's coming. And so there will be more rate increases proposed for our citizens. So Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a another point of clarification for myself. Do you see that with what we're going through with insurances, that could really cause problems in providing electricity? And secondly, I believe I heard you say that as industry grows in certain sectors and things like that, that there will be more local, that you can charge, like say there's big things going on over in one part of the state, that doesn't necessarily have to affect the utility rates in another part of the state. I'm particularly thinking about data centers and things like that can only be at certain places.
Mr. Grosh.
Mr. Sharon, Representative Alderman, a couple of things. So just on the insurance thing, no business should run without insurance because you're just exposing yourself up to third-party liability, and whether you're right or wrong, sometimes you end up paying. I mean, that's just, and so in terms of how that impacts us, as our costs go up, and just the threat of fire, a good example is our financial ratings. So the way our business works is we go out and spend money on behalf of the customers in advance. And we do what it takes to buy the things and build the things to provide the service. And we get most of that money from borrowing in the markets. So when we have a good regulatory recovery position and we have a good kind of climate, we get preferential rates on that. But because of fire and insurance kind of challenges, those were factors in our credit rating, like our credit score being lowered a couple of points, which impacts our ability to keep rates low and keep services high. So it can have an effect. Where I was going about the cost causer kind of pay is this notion of, we want to make sure that people are being in their rates, regardless of where they are in their states, but in their retail rates, customers are paying for the benefits that they're getting. So if somebody comes in and builds a new data center and they have to have an advanced nuclear plant and a new transmission line and a couple other $1 billion worth of stuff, they're causing that upgrade to happen on the system. It's not providing everybody else that uses on the system much of a benefit, if a benefit at all. So as a fundamental fairness, who pays for that investment should probably be the customer that caused that to happen that otherwise wouldn't happen. So that's what I was getting at.
Okay, everybody. Any other questions for Rocky Mountain Power? Representative Wiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Garlish, I just want to go back to my earlier statements. I wasn't talking about, it's excellent. I think we're on the leading edge of nuclear technology, and that's a great place for Wyoming to be. But I was talking about baseload coal power. And if we can support that, there's plenty of folks around Wyoming that are ready to help you to do that. And I think you have a partner with the state to push back against the war on coal. Yep. So if we can do that and broaden those horizons and keep folks employed and, food hitting the tables, that would be great.
And in fact, we have a little gift bag of coal for you to take home.
Good.
With our compliments.
I mean, coal is still, sorry, Mr. Chairman, right?
Go ahead.
Coal is still in dispatchable resources are important to the grid, and they're going to be important. And there's exciting things in the future. But even folks that are interested in a green portfolio or a green service want a certain type of reliability that only comes from dispatchable resources today. So I think there is a place for dispatchable resources, and now and going forward, how much and what amounts and what's the most economic? I think that's the challenge, right? But I'm happy to work with you on that stuff.
Okay. And Mr. Garlish, you said that in terms of providing new services to some of these very large loads that you're tapped out, you use that term. What are the implications of being tapped out for general reliability on the system? Is it a, when I started in the electric power industry, we had to come up with a euphemism called ample reserve margins to handle. We were trying to bring a lot of large nuclear power plants into the network, which just created all this capacity. All that's gone. All the capacity is gone. And when you say tapped out, What are the implications for reliability?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, when I was speaking about tapped out, I meant the ability, specifically the ability for new loads or new large loads to enter into the system and take service without triggering some kind of upgrade. Our current system, we're in good shape in terms of being reliable and providing that service. We have what we need. It's the growth pieces that are a challenge and how we, bring new loads in, especially, it's one thing to have 1 or 2% load growth a year. We can kind of manage that and add what we need to for reliability. It's just this exponential step change, and a couple megawatts a year, we can do that, do it reliably, figure out how to manage the cost. But when you start talking 75, 100, 500 in a short period of time, it's hard to do that in a reliable way, even if you can't afford it.
Thank you. So out of this discussion today, it sounds like there's not really a concrete legislative proposal that this committee might have for next meeting or, and I know that minerals also they're very closely aligned with this mission of this committee. So, and you're going to be working on that tomorrow. We are open to trying to accommodate any proposals that are arrived at in conjunction with the rest of the utilities or others. But I don't know that it's going to happen before this session.
Mr. Chairman, I think, first of all, I very much appreciate that. I think the only specific thing I have today would be, the consideration of maybe that one small tweak to make that process for hyperscalers mandatory. But, I think from my perspective, not to be too corny, but I feel like these conversations are getting better every time we have them. And so even if there's not something specific today or before our next meeting, just continuing to have these conversations with the group as a whole or one-off is valuable so we can get to some proposals.
Okay. If you had proposed language on that particular bill that you could share with committee and with perhaps others that are interested, I know that other utilities would be interested in that. Black Hills Energy, that was legislation that they helped to develop. They would be concerned about changes to that too, but I understand the point.
Yeah, we will, we'll confer with our colleagues, and if we have something we think we can agree on, we'll bring it forward.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Carter, do you have anything?
Mr. Chairman, it's just great to be here in Wyoming with all of you.
Good to see you. All right, committee, we're going to go back to our previous schedule. Safe travels to you guys. And I think Mr. Kaysen will stay behind.
Yes, he will. Thanks again for the accommodation. I appreciate it.
We do appreciate you. It is a sea change in terms of our dialogue. Let's go back to where were we on 911? We have people online that wish to testify, and then Katie's just stepped out of the room. I have terrible timing. Public Service Commission, would it be all right if we heard from you? Okay. And I know that the Chairwoman Throne is here, but she's here. She's coming her way. Mr. Petrie, welcome. We're back on 911. It's a sea change, and then we're going to pick back up electricity when we finish 911. Mr. Petrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Chris Petrie, Deputy Chairman of the Wyoming Public Service Commission. I just want to add a little bit of detail here. We have, and this may play into the potential for a partial addressing of the issues that have been raised around 911 here. A pretty simple thing is Wyoming Statute 169109K, which is the place where it provides for the commission to collect data from the local governing bodies as to their expenditures and collections, and I should have said that the other way around, collections and expenditures. And also it being stated as a fiscal year when that doesn't really work, and that doesn't really work well, and we'd recommend that it be changed to a calendar year at some point in this process. This data that we've been collecting And this is a task that Ms. Mizell, who was with me earlier this morning up here, performs. This tells us that 3/4 of the counties are under collecting. The amount is also, the amount is about a third if you total up all the counties, then they compare their collections and their expenditures. We have pretty strong information that tells us that that's underreported because, as Mr. Smolinski said, there's general funding being spent on 911 related expenses. And so there's not perfect uniformity in the reporting. And we know that some counties are spending other money than the 911 surcharge collections on things that could be appropriately paid for with those surcharges. So you've got a 30% roughly shortfall in the collections, and 3/4 of the counties roughly spending more than they collect, while we see that they're not really reporting all their expenditures as 911 expenditures.
Okay.
And so in order to continue collecting this, as you can see, that statute provides for a collection of this data from 2015 to 2019, which is way in the rear view at this point. And so if you wish for that activity to continue, we're carrying on with it, and the local governing bodies are cooperative. But we have had experiences in the past where that abruptly ended, that kind of cooperation ended. And so we just point to the expiration, the passing of June 30th, 2019, some time ago, and suggest that this be updated if you want that information to continue to be collected.
And Mr. Petrie, which part of statute is that requirement in? It's not in the Telecom Act, is it?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. It's in 169109K, which is the local government.
And so, Mr. Petrie, just to help the committee here, if we were to update that requirement and make it a continuing requirement, and also maybe put some more meat on the bones about what is required to be reported, we could still do that, and it doesn't affect the Telecom Act.
Mr. Chairman, that is exactly correct.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Deputy Chairman Petrie? Any questions? So, Mr. Petrie, thinking out loud in terms of this whole effort, maybe that would be helpful to get data to feed into this whole thinking about how we're going to deal with 911 as we go forward. So that's a small bite that we could do now. Is there anything we could do on outage reporting now that you see? And that puts you on the spot a little bit, but that seems to be how we got here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that is potentially something that could be addressed, perhaps not today, but before the session arrives. I think we could do that. I think it makes a lot of sense, and we've been in the conversations with Homeland Security. We just don't feel that the reporting of 911 interruptions is reliable to the extent that a system that exists for public safety reasons should be. And that I think that could be revised potentially without getting into the entirety of the E911 evolution. We do get reports, but it has not been satisfactorily reliable as far as I'm concerned, and I think as the rest of the commission too. We've often learned of 911 outages because local officials have reported it up from their county emergency management people up to Homeland Security. Homeland Security calls us. It just has a bit of a chaotic error as far as how that information comes in and how it flows through any kind of a process of making sure that everybody who needs to know about it does. So I think that is another component of this larger project that would lend itself to being addressed relatively easily and soon.
Would the commission have the ability to develop some proposed language in both areas, just as a first draft that you would be willing to share more broadly.
Mr. Chairman, we certainly would do that, and we could discuss that with our colleagues at YDOT, and I'm certain that we could get that to you and relatively easily.
Committee, should we let them do that? Doesn't mean we have to go forward, but is that acceptable? Go ahead. That's a green light for that. Both pieces.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for Mr. Petrie? We're good. Thank you very much. Who did we leave online with respect to 911? Let's get him here. Mr. Thompson, welcome. Can you hear us?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I can hear you just fine.
Go ahead.
My name is Alan Thompson. I'm the Executive Director of WASCOP, which is the Wyoming Association of Sheriffs and Chiefs of Police. I want to thank the 911 Working Committee for including us in this conversation leading up to today's meeting. And I just want to point out a couple of things really briefly here. When we're talking about the 911 service charge, I do want to kind of belabor that point that hasn't been changed since 1988, and we know what inflation has done since then. But also the technologies and the capabilities of that CAD system or that 911 system have become exponentially bigger in scope and, of course, more expensive. So we would hope that conversation would continue with raising that cap sometime sooner than later. And then briefly on the outage notifications, I'd like to thank the PSC for stepping up and being part of that conversation just earlier. And also want to add that that inconsistency and difficulty in getting those notifications is something that is very important to our PSAPs across the state. So if there's something that we could work on to get that language changed in this next session, I do believe that it's important for our members. And I would stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman, if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Appreciate it. Questions? Any questions? I'm having a hard time figuring out how we're going to move forward on the broader issue of the 911 surcharge. But I'm not opposed to exploring it. And personally, and I'm only speaking personally, we can't just keep throwing more money at what we do now in terms of so many public safety answering points. We have to tie it to greater efficiencies as we go forward. And I don't mean to pick on Niobrara County, but I'm not sure that they need a dispatch center. I'm not sure the city of Riverton in my own home county needs a dispatch center. And it's more than that. And I am intrigued by the discussion that we had earlier about some parts can be regionalized and it makes sense to do so, and others not so much. I don't understand that in the depth that you do. I don't know how to go forward except for maybe to propose that we keep talking about this and see if we can get something together that's a compromise. And we would invite the public safety people to continue to have dialogues. And we ask you to include the industry and any members of this committee that want to participate. And we'll see if we can get to something before the next meeting. That's all I can promise. It's very unlikely to happen, and it may be that legislation would be developed that would come into this committee sponsored by individual members. And I'm perfectly okay with that. It's a general session. That might be the most efficient way to do that. But if one of you folks, and would it be you, Mr. Smolinski, that would maybe lead the effort from the state of Wyoming and try to be more broad about how your plan for implementing a surcharge increase combined with a regionalization approach and phasing in over time, maybe if you could try to hold some meetings on that and lead and report back to us, that's the best I can come up with, you guys. What do you think? Senator Lannon, you look a little gnarly at me there.
Mr. Chairman, I'm with you. I mean, I think you've outlined kind of where I am. I'm intrigued by a better system, and I appreciate the vision that we were given. Mr. Smolinski, thank you, and all of your troops. The problem is, how do we get there? And you know, anytime you talk about raising that cap and all of that, I think it takes all the attention away from the importance of a good 911 system. So I just feel like we've got a ways to go, and I'm with you, Mr. Chairman.
So that's the best plan we have right now, but it's still alive and in your court, and we look forward to what you guys come up with. And you're welcome to invite members of this committee and perhaps other committees, Senator Boner's committee, to the transportation or others to your discussions. And some of us would like to come, I think. Okay, is there anything else on public comment for 911? Nothing online that I'm seeing. Anybody else in the room? Okay, we're past that subject. Thank you very much. Appreciate the people coming. Safe travels. We're back to electricity. So I'm just going to take a read of the people here. We have a noontime presentation, and I don't know that it has to be noon, but the committee has had lunch brought in to discuss really regional electricity issues as well, and people are welcome to stay. But I know that we still have to finish up the agenda from this morning, and I want to be sensitive to people's travel and needs. So Public Service Commission, did you want to kick us off on electricity in any way, in a more general sense? And then maybe tell us about your plans for the lunch presentation too. Come on up. Come on up. You're a legislator. You can think on your feet. I know, but you know how this goes.
I do.
First, just tell us what the lunch plan is.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee, Chris Raper, the Vice President of Strategic Engagement and External Affairs for the Western Electricity Coordinating Council, which is the regional arm of NERC, which you might be more familiar with, is going to talk to us about reliability.
That's perfect.
And she's here.
Great. And that's her in the back there.
Yes.
I figured as much because you were hobnobbing back there. That's fabulous. I want to get and be sensitive to people's agendas and times. Ma'am, what is your schedule? If you didn't get on right away, would that be okay? Yeah. Okay. So I'm thinking we need to accommodate folks that have been here this morning for the electricity discussion. And so let's try to handle that in terms of their travel. So let's start with the Public Service Commission on the general topic of the electricity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, Mary Throne, Wyoming Public Service Commission. I don't have a lot on this topic. I just want to take 3 to 5 minutes maximum and give you a quick update on where we are with all of the things you've already given us to do. We are in the process of implementing Senate Files 23 and 24. That was energy procurement and integrated resource planning. So those just went into effect July 1st. We have substantial rulemaking to do. They involved new positions. We've filled the positions. We hope to have a technical conference and you'll receive the notice shortly, hopefully sometime this week, in August to kick off the rulemaking for integrated resource planning. Also, I would say in the reform space, we have been working on, and this is Deputy Chair Petrie's lead, but non-utility generator, sort of not exemptions, but a process for identifying non-public utility generators. And that rule is currently with the governor's office, and we expect to commence formal rulemaking. So that would allow a third party in the circumstances, subject to a proceeding in front of us to provide electricity without becoming a public utility. I think, as you know, Mr. Chairman, the definition of public utility in the statute has never been really defined. And so this is a very narrow process that we're attempting to create some specific needs. Mr. Garlish filled you in on all the pressures facing the utilities. He is correct. It's across the country. the topics of wildfire and increased load have been topics at all of our meetings with our colleagues from other states. And we are aware of our need to also protect the financial stability of the utilities. That's part of our charge. So there is a lot of pressure on the industry as a whole. And Warren Buffett, who of course his company owns a lot of utilities, he calls them uninvestable. He created a new word, but basically that he doesn't see them as strong investments anymore. So, those are some of the pressures facing the industry. We have done a lot with large load. You passed a statute. Also, we have worked on a tariff, and when I say we, I mean the collective we, because it's the tariff that Black Hills had has to deal with large loads has been in place since 2015 or 16. Deputy Chair Petrie can correct me. So that's sort of what we have on our plate. And just a quick update, we also expect a large rate case to be filed this week from the usual suspects.
The guys that were sitting here.
The guys that were sitting here earlier.
That were so nice.
And I do want to thank them in absentia for being here. I did thank them as they walked out. I think it's important that that you hear from the companies directly rather than having us interpret what they're doing. That is not our job.
Appreciate it. Questions for Commissioner Throne, Chairman Throne? Any questions? We're good on that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Bush, did you want to, as an investor owned, I think you're the only other investor owned here. Do you have anything to add? Oh, I'm so sorry. Why don't all the investor owns come up? I love the power of private enterprise and stock options and dividends. Oh, wait, we're not getting those anymore. Who wants to start? Mr. Acey.
If I can, Mr. Chairman. My
Please.
name is Bruce Acey, members of the committee, and I'm here on behalf of Montana Dakota Utilities Company. As I've introduced the company before, we provide electrical and gas services in northern Wyoming, particularly in the north central areas of the state. We also provide electrical and gas services in 5 states, including Montana, North and South Dakota, Minnesota. And I would echo some of what Rocky Mountain said earlier with respect to the challenges that are facing the electrical industry at this time. You've heard of the challenges that occur when large loads are requested. We don't anticipate, that is, Montana Dakota doesn't really anticipate large load requests in our area in Wyoming. But the fact is we do have such requests in some of our other states, including North Dakota. And in addressing those, because Montana Dakota is part of MISO, the Mid-Continent Systems operator. Because of that, they're able to utilize some of the resources of MISO in addressing requests that occur. We wouldn't quite have that capability in Montana or in Wyoming, but we do move forward with respect to quests that we have. I would note that because of the need to upgrade systems and do system upgrades, it does require requests for additional funding from time to time. But I would note that Montana Dakota Utilities has not had an electric general rate increase since 2016. So it's been a number of years. We've had periodic cost of service increases relating to the fuel costs. General rate increase we have not had for a number of years. So that is something that we may need to address in the future, but just to show the constraint and the restraint that Montana and Dakota has used in the past with respect to this. We do anticipate capital upgrades and capital investments so that we can meet the needs of our customers, and look forward to addressing that and working with the PSC and the regulatory bodies, both federal and state, in meeting the needs of our customers. Thank you, and I stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Questions for Mr. Acey? Thank you. Who's next? Mr. Bush?
I just think I turned it off. Sorry. Mr. Chairman, David Bush with Black Hills Energy. With me today is Dustin McKinn. He's our General Manager of Operations for the state of Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, you had asked that we provide some information on data centers. There seems to be a lot of that conversation this morning. So would you like me to proceed with that, or did the committee have other questions or things that you wanted me to cover? Or how'd you want to go?
It's kind of your show, but let's have the first questions about the data centers. What's happening?
Okay. Well, and I apologize, I wasn't able to get this done on my way here yesterday and get you a printed copy, but I did email you all a PowerPoint presentation on the, oh, and your crack staff has it up on the screen as well. So there you go. It's a quick presentation, I hope, and mindful of the time, I'll try to be quick with it, but certainly if there's any questions, stop me along the way. So as has been noted, there's been a lot of movement with data centers, specifically in Cheyenne. I'm sure many of you saw the recent announcement that Meta, which is Facebook, has announced they are going to bring a data center to Cheyenne. So we've seen a lot of growth. We've got some large buildings going up. We've got a lot of dirt getting moved. It's a pretty exciting time in Cheyenne for that growth. However, there has been a lot of questions that have been asked, and Chairman Case had thought this would be a good presentation for this committee. So if you can, please, the next slide. Thank you. So as has been noted by Chairman Throne and others, we've come up with, we being Black Hills and Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power, which is our affiliate down there in Cheyenne, the electric affiliate. We've come up with some innovative solutions for the data centers, and it did start with, I believe I can use a proper term.
You can in committee.
Microsoft.
Yeah.
Back in the mid 2010, 12, somewhere around in there. I think Dustin can correct me if I'm wrong. And they're interested in coming to Cheyenne. So our team went to work, and this is a little bit before my time with the company, but went to work on designing a rate and a tariff that would serve that load in an appropriate way and offer the opportunity to bring more to the state. So as you can see in some of these bullet points, we've got 10 plus years of successfully serving these data centers and their growth. Microsoft started with one campus and now has working on 2 more. So they have grown as well. It's cost-effective energy and mission-critical reliability. So that's always a piece with data centers, is they need the reliability. We all use computers. We all use these systems, and we all rely on them and get frustrated when they're not available. Certainly the news the last couple of weeks that happened that has caused some flight issues around the world, nothing to do with the power side. That was not, I actually had someone ask me that, not our fault. We had nothing to do with that, but it just goes to show how critical the reliability is for these companies for their power side when they have everything else going on. So we do our best to keep that power reliable. And then there again, on that last point, Microsoft and Meta to date, there's probably others looking that I don't know about. I'm not in all those meetings, but our local economic development group, Cheyenne Leads, has been leading the way and doing a lot of the recruitment. We were part of that early on with Leads back in the 80s and helping to get the group up and running, and have worked well with them for many years on a lot of economic development projects. But lately we've done a lot with these data centers. I'd also note that Mayor Collins is here from Cheyenne. He's also been heavily involved in these over the years as city council member and now as mayor of Cheyenne. So he may also be able to add some color at some point if he wants to touch on that. Not to throw him under the bus, but he's here. So
go ahead.
So also on that slide, innovative tariffs to support data center and blockchain energy demand. This is something that some members of this committee were there when we did a tariff for the blockchain load. It was about 2019, 2020, somewhere in there. That was based a little bit on the tariff that we have for these larger data centers. We had an incredible demand for power from Bitcoin miners and blockchain customers. So we felt it would be good to have another tariff that fit their needs as well. It's very similar in how we do these other large loads, protecting other customers and putting a lot of the burden for the equipment and the infrastructure on those big customers that are asking for it. So Chairman Case worked with us a lot to design that in a way that was able to pass muster with the legislature. And then the commission has also, Public Service Commission has also worked with us to get that implemented. To date, we have one customer on that tariff. Well, I guess we don't anymore at this point. They were forced
That was the problem.
they were forced to dissolve thanks to some presidential stuff. But we have another customer coming on that's going to take over that load hopefully soon. So that should be better. Not to get into too many rabbit holes here, Mr. Chairman. Sorry. And then the energy and capacity procurement model protects existing customers from rate impacts. That goes to basically the next slide and how we do our tariff. So it's called the Large Power Contract Service Tariff, LPCS, established in 2016. So Chairman Throne was right on with her assessment of that tariff. And it's available to high use customers with energy demand above 13 megawatts or more. That again is a specific design for those large customers that can really have an impact on the system. It's customized and dedicated energy resources through energy procurement model. Basically, this is all market energy. The energy that we procure for these folks comes from market purchases, and that's negotiated with them on what they want. We're not building generation per se to serve these loads specifically, and a lot of that is just the costs that go with it and protecting those other customers. Energy and capacity procurement model protects existing customers from rate impacts. There again, we're working through these tariffs to protect our other customers, small business owners, residential customers from any of these rate or any of these larger projects that would perhaps under an older rate design, have an impact that may not be beneficial if that company was to leave or that large load was to leave, which again was a concern that we had with the Bitcoin customers based on news reports from other parts of the country and some issues that had cropped up with the early stages of Bitcoin miners and the amount of power they used and that kind of thing. The next slide. This again goes into some of the generation options that we have for them. Customer-owned backup generation. That means they build their own backup generators on site. Those could be natural gas or I guess at some point that could be small modular nuclear or something like that. But that's their own backup that kicks on within milliseconds if something was to happen to their other service. There's company-owned generation that potentially could be us building something for them that they again would pay for and the infrastructure to go with it. So that's not something that gets socialized across the rest of the ratepayers. And then renewable resources and battery storage. Again, same thing. Could be company owned. They may want to own it on their own, or it could be a market purchase in that. And the next slide. So again, the distribution and transmission system, those folks pay for those upgrades that they need. And Dustin can fill in any details that you might need, but there's been some substation work that's had to happen to serve these larger loads. That's all been covered by them. Distribution system, transmission system upgrades. We ask that they all cover that. And Mr. Garlish also talked about that in his comments and the importance of that when it comes to protecting those smaller customers. Participants pay to use their share of the bulk transmission system, serving all Black Hills Energy customers on the Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power system. So that gets into the weeds a little bit, but that's basically how there is some benefit to other customers when it comes to the costs. There is, Mr. Chairman probably knows this well, and some of the others on the committee, there's a pie that gets split up. So these folks take a larger piece of the pie and can help reduce some of the costs for some of the others, to put it at a 50,000 foot level, I would say. And then the last slide is just self-promotion for us. If any data center folks are out there listening and interested, please give us a call. We're willing to talk and go through this presentation with them in more depth. Mr. Chairman, that's it. Real quick.
You didn't even let him speak.
Cognizant of time. Yep, he can. Do you have anything you want
Mr. McKinn, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Case. I think Mr. Bush did a really nice job covering our data center approach. Really, our strategy is to provide options for customers that they want and need, while also isolating the rest of our customers from potential risks that may arise. When we have large customers coming in that may have some significant impacts on our system, they're expected to pay their costs, while also, again, the risk of them exiting the system and leaving those costs stranded were major concerns of ours. And so we structured these deals such that they pay for all upgrades necessary, and they bring generation with them, whether that be their own backup generators or power market purchases or some sort of build. So that's our general philosophy to these kinds of things. It is a challenge, and these deals take a long, long time. Meta, that just recently announced their project, we started working with them nearly 10 years ago. And power is a complicated portion of their projects. It's not the only portion, so there are other issues that they are working through. But these deals take a long time, takes a lot of infrastructure. We've been fortunate thus far to have significant interest, and we continue to see interest in our services.
Thank you, Mr. McKinn. Mr. Bush, questions for these gentlemen? Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bush, just to confirm, Meta is going to be using this tariff that you've described here?
Mr. Bush, Mr. McKinn.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's correct.
Anybody else? Representative Ottman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bush and everyone, thank you for being here. That's very encouraging. I was wondering, through your working group and the PSC and utilities, everybody that came together, has water been discussed on how that's going to be provided, or is that part of your consideration? Thank you.
Mr. Bush.
Mr. Chairman, yes, thank you.
Mr. McKinn, sorry.
Water is a challenge in parts of the state, and that is one of the issues that data centers need to work through as they're considering locations for placement. There is a significant effort being done on the technology side of data center development in order to find ways to cool their infrastructure without the significant water use. And we have seen, I think, the demands for water decrease as data centers grow and as time progresses. Our blockchain customer utilized a technology that didn't require water to cool their infrastructure. So water is a concern for many industries, for data centers included, but technology is advancing such that it is becoming a smaller demand on the system.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Anything else? I have two questions. One is, when Mr. Garlish was talking about taking your structure and making it mandatory for all new loads, how does that sit with you? New large loads, I mean, loads above a certain classification. I'm not sure what that is, but really gigantic loads. How does that sit?
We would need to digest that some more, Mr. Chairman, and understand what that may look like, but we're open to the conversation.
Are you talking to Rocky Mountain Power?
Yes, sir.
Okay, keep it up. The second question is with regard to when people provide their own backup. Do you worry that the backup's going to escape and come into the market under some future scenarios in Wyoming? Is that a concern? That gets to the third party generation, and I mean, does that scare you? Mr. McKinn?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thanks for the question. I think that is something that needs to be considered. If the backup generation is an asset that's sitting idle most of the time, and how that use is structured really needs to be considered thoughtfully when arranging these contracts.
Fair enough. Any other questions, senators? Anybody online? I think we've made a few, gentlemen. Remind me, who was the executive that worked on that tariff? I'm drawing a blank. Mr. Bush. He's retired now.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, that was Kyle White.
Kyle White. Would you, if anybody talks to Mr. White, I give my best wishes.
Will do, Senator. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Sean, can you bring your folks up? I'm really sensitive to that. They may want to get on the road and. Absolutely. You're going to need more chairs probably. So just to telegraph my intentions, we're essentially moving lunch back, but there is lunch available for the committee, and for PBS, we have lunch for you and for the staff. But we'll take up lunch after we hear from the cooperatives and finish out the electricity section. Where's Nassie? He's back there in the back.
He's coming.
He's not coming. He's heading for the door. All right. Mr. Taylor,
All right.
welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Sean Taylor, Executive Director of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. I'm going to be brief, but I brought quite a few people. When we saw this reform of the industry on the agenda, you definitely got our attention. I've already talked to you all in the past kind of about the co-ops, did a little co-op 101 last year. And then earlier this year, we talked about the regulatory train wreck slide, right? That we're all dealing, all the utilities are dealing with it in DC. And so what I did, I asked a lot of folks to come today. They're not all going to speak, but I do have folks from our four G&Ts, our generation and transmission cooperatives, who are up with me now. And then we have one online, Lisa from Tri-State. I also have three distribution co-op managers with me. One from the Powder River up in the north east corner of the state. I got one from Bridger Valley, who's down in this corner of the state, and one from Lower Valley, who's up in the northwest corner of the state. We'll have one of those gentlemen come up and talk, because these folks are going to talk kind of more regionally and the big picture thing. Mr. Mills from Precor will kind of talk about what some of the reforms that we've talked about in the past and the concerns that they have, and these gentlemen are going to cover that as well. We also have with us the Municipal Power Agency or Authority. I keep screwing that up. Sorry, Rosemary, who is going to talk a little bit about the munis and what reform may mean to them. And then we're going to clean it up with Mr. Nassie, who some of you I know are familiar with, who has a really good history and experience with reforms that have been tried in other states, tried and failed to a great extent. And so he's going to back clean up for us. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I will stop talking and I'll turn it over. We're going to start down with Chris. Go ahead. And I'll let them introduce themselves.
We're glad you're all here, and it's okay to say me too if somebody's already covered what you were going to say. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, committee members. My name is Chris Baumgartner. I'm the Senior Vice President of Member and External Relations for Basin Electric Power Cooperative. Basin Electric is a not-for-profit generation and transmission cooperative. We are headquartered in Bismarck, North Dakota. However, we provide wholesale electricity either directly or indirectly to 140 member cooperatives throughout a 9-state region, 11 of which are here in Wyoming. Those member cooperatives, along with the Wyoming Municipal Power Agency, another member owner, collectively work to provide electricity to over 167,000 Wyoming residents. On behalf of our member owners, Basin Electric operates 2 substantial electric generation stations here in Wyoming. The first being the Laramie River Station in Wheatland, and the second being the Dry Fork Station near Gillette, where we of course are proud to host in partnership with the state of Wyoming and the Department of Energy, the Integrated Test Center, where we are looking at ways to capture and sequester carbon dioxide. These 2 power plants, along with over 400 miles of high voltage transmission line, 19 substations, equate to over $2.5 billion of investment by Basin Electric in the state of Wyoming. And to safely operate these facilities, we have 350 employees. We pay more than $9 million in annual state taxes, and we have contributed over $1 million to charitable contributions in the state over the last 10 years. So with many years of operating experience, Basin Electric and our members across the state know too well the very capital intensive nature of our business. Poles, wires, transformers, substations, generating units, fuel supply, etc., require large amounts of operating and finance capital. The very nature of providing reliable and affordable electricity to our members requires extensive planning and coordination between many, many parties, and not just within the cooperative family, but also the larger utility grid as a whole and some of our investor-owned utility neighbors that you've been hearing from. I would say that this rigorous planning and development often takes many years to properly implement while maintaining a system of grid resiliency. This balance happens in real time and is done in a way that benefits all of our member customers, both large and small across the state. And so for many decades, this state has supported this effort by providing a system that protects our investments, protects our members by preventing infrastructure duplication and unnecessary cost, while at the same time allowing us to adhere to safety and environmental standards. In short, the establishment of service territories is not a restrictive practice. In reality, it allows cooperatives and our members the freedom to invest in the necessary resources, infrastructure, and technology, and to recover those costs of those investments in a strategic, a planned, and a coordinated effort. It is in this manner that all of our members, even the smallest among us, receive the greatest benefit while minimizing risk and cost. In closing, I just want to say that at Basin Electric, we follow an all of the above energy generation strategy that incorporates coal, natural gas, hydro, wind, and solar, as well as market resources. And so we are involved in both on the west side, we're involved in the Southwest Power Pool, and we're involved in MISO. As our members' needs have evolved, so have our operations, and we will continue to make the necessary investments to serve those changing needs. With respect to opportunities to enhance delivery of electricity to Wyoming residents, we ask that you consider that consideration be given to the many, many years of resourcefulness and success of the Rural Electric Cooperative Program here in Wyoming. Thank you, and I would stand for questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baumgartner. What we might do is hear everybody at this table, and then we'll do questions if that's all right. I'm just trying to be a little bit more efficient. But thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Bill Mertz. I'm the general manager and CEO of Members First Power Cooperative, who happens to be a member of Basin Electric, and we happen to serve Powder River Energy Cooperative in Northeast Wyoming. And I may just tag into the Me Too here for just a minute, but I do want to make one emphasis about the cooperative model that I think is important and distinct. When we talk about reform, the very foundation of the cooperative model was done to reform, change, and or improve the lives of rural Wyoming, bringing light. That historical foundation and that idea of continuous improvement has not ebbed away. In fact, when you look around the nation, and including in Wyoming, the most earlier adopters of using innovation and technology, such as smart grid or AMI, was done by the electric cooperatives. So I can't think of a better model personally myself that is innovative and adaptive and responsible to being responsive. And so, and as was an invitation, I think you'll later hear on, there is a genuine interest in looking at any load that wants to energize within that service territory. We're open to communication, collaboration, and a commitment to helping serve. And so with that in mind, I will pass and entertain any questions.
Thank you, sir. You guys are doing really good.
I'll try to keep a good thing going.
There you
Thank
go.
you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Jeff Peterson, I'm Vice President and General Counsel for Deseret Power. Deseret Power is headquartered in Utah, and we serve distribution members in Utah, Wyoming, Colorado, and Nevada. And I could say a me too to a lot of this. And one thing I would just maybe emphasize as well, when we look at any service or load that wants to come into our territories, as Bill mentioned, we certainly are always open to that. We serve the lion's portion of the oil and gas fields in Utah that are all located out in the Uinta Basin is served by one of our distribution co-op members. And one of the unique challenges and really positive things about co-ops is we are not for profit. We don't have shareholder returns that we're trying to achieve every year. We don't, have municipal projects we're trying to fund. We simply exist, and we serve in a way that if there's any margin at the end of the year, we allocate that back to our members. One thing that becomes very critical to us in that scenario is service territory. And one reason for that is when any of the, if an IOU needs to go and build new infrastructure, they go to their shareholders. If a municipal power system needs to build infrastructure, they can levy taxes. Both of those options are not available to co-ops. So literally the only collateral we take to the bank to say we need to be able to serve is that we have a guarantee to have a service territory. And that is the collateral that we use. And so any sort of discussion that infringes upon that or gets into sort of a deregulation or even third market or third party generation has the ability to undermine that service territory. And for electric co-ops in general, especially here in Wyoming, we're probably the least dense power providers in the state. I would probably venture to say where we serve Bridger Valley, you're probably about 4 members per mile of line. To put that in perspective, an IOU or a municipal power provider can have upwards of 60, 70, 80 meters per mile. And so that service territory becomes very critical for us. We have come in and we built these systems in these service territories to serve them, to build that out. Any load that comes in benefits everybody, and any load that maybe doesn't come in, it has the impact of not having that benefit shared by those Wyoming citizens here. And so I would just urge you to keep that in mind, especially with any of these discussions, that service territory is very critical to us and critical to our way of being able to do business. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we do the online person? Is that okay? And which person is that? Lisa Tiffin with Tri-State, if we could do the online. Hello, we see you.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
My name is Lisa Tiffin, and I'm Senior Vice President of Energy Management for Tri-State Generation and Transmission. We're a not-for-profit wholesale cooperative power suppliers serving 41 electric distribution cooperatives and public power districts, and we operate in 4 states, including Wyoming. Together, Tri-State and our member systems provide power to more than 1 million electricity consumers across nearly 200,000 square miles of the West. Our mission is to provide.
Could I ask you maybe, ma'am, Ms. Tippett? I'm having a little trouble hearing you, and I'm not sure, it might be on our end, but maybe get a little bit closer. And if I could maybe just say, talk a little slower, because my ears are old and they only hear old, slow. Thank you. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Can you hear me better now?
I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And sorry, I was trying to go fast because I know you've got a schedule to keep, but I'm more than happy to slow it down. So our mission is to provide our member systems a reliable, affordable, and responsible power supply of electricity in accordance with our cooperative principles. From the resource planning window to the operating windows, utilities such as Tri-State focus on managing the system in a cost-effective manner while keeping the lights on for safety and economic productivity of those we serve. To accomplish this important goal, utilities have and continue to use reliability metrics in planning our system. And for many utilities like Tri-State, reliability metrics are part of a state-regulated resource planning process. Basically, we have reliability metrics that we've had for decades, and that's what helps make sure we're going to be able to keep the lights on. And now we're facing a very different time in our electric grid, which is creating new challenges for reliability. So it's important to us, to Tri-State, as a supplier serving our cooperative members, that as any state looks at any type of reform along the utility system, they are considering reliability first. As the industry and the grid evolves from a primarily dispatchable resource mix to an increasing amount of intermittent and semi-dispatchable resources, and while we also see many of our dispatchable resources be retired, this makes the importance of reliability metrics increase and the complexity of calculating that true capacity contributions of these very different types of resources all the more critical to calculating our reliability metrics. Adding to that complexity is the significant increase in extreme weather events occurring across our service territories, creating a direct reliability and financial impact power supply. At Tri-State, we call this evolution level 2 metrics, where we try to evolve our metrics beyond our historical practices in order to meet this changing grid and this much more difficult environment to plan in. We develop level 2 reliability metrics through our regulated processes and through collaboration with our member systems. We are looking to create robust reliability planning even during extreme system conditions. We do this by applying a subset of reliability metrics to extreme weather sensitivities, where all variables including load, unit performance and availability, pricing, and transmission are stressed to simulate potential real-world extreme conditions. To meet the reliability requirements of our member systems, we plan for a greater than 99% reliability, even under adverse weather conditions, because that's what our members expect from us as their wholesale supplier. As the resource mix continues to evolve, so will our level 2 reliability metrics. We're already seeing the need to additionally evaluate correlated events that are maybe not related to extreme weather, but during what we normally would consider off-peak seasons, where we're having thermal outages, but we see renewables not performing as expected, and wind routes can cause pricing issues and reliability issues. Even as a member-owned service-oriented utility, Tri-State works cooperatively with our member systems to put reliability first, leveraging decades of experience while adapting to a changing grid and diversifying our 4-state portfolio to continue to provide a reliable, affordable, and responsible power supply. Tri-State embraces regulatory oversight of reliability and resource adequacy, and we're a strong proponent of the expansion of organized markets into the West, which will bring with it robust programs for resource adequacy and help to level the playing field for our member systems. As Wyoming looks at reform, we hope you keep in front of mind the importance of reliability to the member owners of the cooperatives that we supply power to, because it is job one for Tri-State. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I stand for any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Tiffin. I think we're going to hear all the cooperative witnesses, and then we're going to open it up for questions. And you definitely bring up some, but thank you. Sean, back to you. Where are we going? Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
Chairman Case and panel and legislators. I'm Brian Mills. I'm the CEO of Powder River Energy Corporation. And my comments are short, but I think hopefully bedded in some of the fiber, the roots of the cooperative. My family's been a part of Powder River Energy Territory since cooperatives first came into existence, first in Campbell County, and then I currently reside near Devil's Tower in Crook County. And through that time, I think the strength of the model that we have is when we stick together, and we've been able to prove up and industrialize Northeast Wyoming, given the oil and gas and the coal play that's there. We're demonstrated in being willing and capable and sticking together to do that. The other thing that I would recognize is we continue to listen to the conversations today, and then even in ourselves talk, the value that continues to rise to the top, while there's many, is reliability. And I I think as we continue to reform our industry, and because we know it's changing, I think you would want to look at a demonstrated track record of being willing to do that, which I think we've done with Basin Electric model. And the other thing is the strength of how we were able to do that. That was sticking together. And I think there starts to be a little concern where we're still going to be committed and in the spirit of sticking together and serving up that value of reliability as well as others. I think the challenge is when you start to pair some of those out, 2, 3, or 4, or whatever number you want to put together, the economics and the scalability and the economics of that of like a third-party generation that is needed for third-party generation to be economically viable is the same scalability that you're taking out of the model that has already been demonstrated and has worked. So I just caution us to pay attention to the same member owners that I have, or the same constituents, and many of you are member owners of a cooperative. We didn't get here by carving out here and there. We got here together. And I think the commitment of sticking together is how we'll manage the future needs of the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Hi.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. My name's Rosemary Henry. I'm the Executive Director for Wyoming Municipal Power Agency. We serve 24,000 Wyomingites through 8 communities in Wyoming. We were formed in the 1970s, frankly, when the Bureau of Reclamation came to our communities and said, we're tapped out on power. You're going to have to find your incremental needs on your own in the future. So the communities of Cody, Fort Laramie, Guernsey, Lingle, Lusk, Pine Bluffs, Powell, and Wheatland came together to form us to procure power supply. We aggregated the federal hydro contracts that those members had to use for the maximum benefit of our community. And initially we bought into both Dry Fork Station and Laramie River Station. As times changed and we moved towards regional transmission organizations, we decided to sell our interest in those assets and became members of Basin Electric Power Cooperative to leverage that economy of scale. The thing that I think we consider very important is both the territorial piece, and we have territorial agreements, all of our communities with all of their with all of the other entities around us, whether it is Rocky Mountain Power or Tri-State. That's who those good fences make for good neighbors, because it's very clear what our responsibility is. And as we make investments towards the future, even as a really small entity, and ask Basin to make some of those and others, we have some certainty about where our responsibility begins and ends. And yet we have a responsibility to the existing rate base to manage those costs. We are not able to get tax revenues. We're completely not for profit. All of our revenues, every dollar that you see on our balance sheet ultimately came from a ratepayer. And we're entrusted with those dollars, much as the state of Wyoming is, or actually a political subdivision in the state of Wyoming, to use those for the benefit of those customers. And so as you consider reform, keep in mind the small Wyoming entity out here that may not be considered otherwise. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all of you. And Sean, what should we do now? The committee's going to have questions.
Yeah, I think if we do questions and then we can have Mr. Nassi go.
Why don't we do questions first? Because Mr. Nassi is pretty dynamic in his presentation and people will forget their previous questions. So if we could, and I'm sincere about that, actually. Questions so far? Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you guys. I'm kind of hearing this unified, don't mess it up. I mean, honestly, that's what I heard all of you guys say. Hey, we've kind of figured this stuff out. It's working. Don't mess it up. But I guess I'm going to ask another question. What isn't working? Is there anything that we need to fix? as we talk about this conversation of reform or reformation, I don't think there's anything wrong with saying, hey, we're not where we were in 1979 when LRS went online. We're not where we were in 1960s when we started seeing some of these workhorse coal-fired power plants. We're in a different world. What needs to change for you guys to continue to supply cost-effective, reliable power to your end user? What do we need to do to help the small group? Don't forget us, or Basin Electric. Hey, we're a bit larger. How do we actually bring reformation that works, instead of what I'm hearing right now is we saw reformation and it freaked us out. We don't want to do that. We want to break anything. But at the same time, if there's something we can fix, how can we fix it? And maybe I just opened up a huge door for a conversation, but I think that's the question that we are asking, that we want to know, is how do we make it where Wyomingites, because at the end of the day, we don't matter. Really, you don't matter. What it matters is that end user that's paying the bill and going, hey, we're trying to just get some groceries on the table, get our kids through school, and make sure the lights stay on. How do we help them, and what reformation can we do to make that work?
Sean, which direction should that question
Mr.
go?
Chairman, I'll take a quick stab at it, but then I welcome any other feedback. And
But I really don't want to go down the road where everybody answers every question. If
Yeah.
we could avoid that.
nope, that's
okay?
fine.
Thanks.
And, we've already talked about two of them.
Okay.
One is, and for lack of a better term, the cost causers, right? We've kind of been thrown under the bus by we collectively, I think the utilities, but the co-ops, particularly, when these folks want to come in and bring a large load, but they don't want to pay the cost that these guys would have to bear to build out or to improve or make the improvements. They're causing the cost, but they're not willing to pay for that. So that the bill that Mr. Garlish talked about, that we will all work together on, hopefully to bring back for the next meeting. That would be one. The second one is, and that we've talked about, is wildfire liability. We worked with the other utilities, the IOUs, on a bill that was modeled after the Utah legislation. And Mr. Peterson, who was up here earlier, helped draft that bill down in Utah. We got a draft to the Minerals Committee just a couple of days ago. They did tell us that the chairman told me that they would talk about it tomorrow. It's not officially on their agenda. We'll get a copy of that to you all as well. But those in my mind would be two that are, and prescriptive easements, but that's coming down a different track. So
Okay.
that would be my answer.
Those are two really manageable ideas. And it doesn't matter whether they go through minerals or what those are two manageable ideas. But please, who else would like to address the bigger part of the question? Representative Harrelson? Yes, ma'am. You go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I think reliability and the fact that utilities, whether they are regulated or through a co-op or municipal type of structure, we have someone to answer to. In my case, I'm answering to all of my communities who all have a representative. Basin answers to all of its member owners, and we are responsible for having reserves on the system.
Right.
If you bring on someone who just brings generation to the table, they don't have the same reliability responsibility. So to answer your question, sir, I believe that watching for anything that may jeopardize reliability. One of my worst concerns, honestly, is we have 40 below zero temperatures in Wyoming, and suddenly the resources aren't adequate, and we're asked to shed some load and that kind of thing. Which one of my friends and neighbors, I grew up in Niobrara County, which one do I turn off?
It's very, very fair question there. And I think we could definitely talk more about, you have PURPA requirements, right? Everybody has PURPA requirements. So there's some load you have, or some generation you have to take, but having restrictions to make sure that generation is indeed not a detriment to your system, just like new customers, so they're not a detriment to the system. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on that. Anybody else want to address the question so far? Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Say your name again, because I get confused.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Bill Mertz with Members First Power Cooperative,
Thank you,
serving
Mr.
Powder River
Mertz.
Energy Corporation. Yes, one thing I want to say is that, and it would be premature and time doesn't permit for me to really elaborate, but many of my colleagues who are G&T managers from Basin were recently an attendees in terms of a conference in New York City. And one of the things about
New
reliability.
York City.
Yeah. And the reason why I say that is because we got to meet with some of the best minds in the nation about some of these topics, and reliability is something that I think that we're all strong stewards and have a passion for. It's more than just an obligation to serve, it's a passion to serve. And the reason why I say that is that as we work and collaborate with everyone in this room, I think that we can continue to make a hallmark distinction about Wyoming being a place where reliable energy is available. And that I think will be a strong draw. This is my own personal opinion for the very industries and the very entities that we want to bring in here. And we've been talking amongst ourselves. So I want you to know, just the talk of reform isn't been sponsored by just this conversation. Those conversations have been ongoing. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Remember, be cognizant of the time. Keep going.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm passionate about this. So I just, if I could dive one.
I think we all are passionate about this.
Yeah, reliability. We keep saying that. And we just heard data centers, they need to have reliability. We heard backup for that, obviously, because if you don't have reliability, you have to have a backup for that. Dry Fork Station, you mentioned. Dry Fork Station is kind of this oddity in the fact that it's the only power plant really in our area that was designed and built with efficiency in mind and modern technology in mind. Everything else is a retrofit. Let's face it. We're always like, hey, how do you bolt this onto the old machine? Dry Forks wasn't that. Over fire air, SCRs. We weren't bolting those on. We were saying, hey, let's design with proper heights of boiler. Let's design this thing to work like it was meant to work. And we have, in my opinion, one of the most modern, efficient coal-fired power plants in the United States, and the last permitted one, from what I know, maybe I'm wrong, in the United States.
I think that's right.
Man, I really want to do another coal fire. And I'll just say it. I'm sick and tired of us getting this line that this is our answer, and it's not coming from in this state, it's coming from people outside the state, and saying, hey, you know what, we've got coal, we've got energy at our fingertips, we've got technology that we can burn it cleanly, and we can give you baseload generation if it's 110 degrees out or if it's -40. And now all of a sudden we're frowned upon and looked down upon for being able to offer that to America. And what do we need to do to make that reality? That's what I want to know. And I don't know. And I see Basin Electric somewhat going, wow, because I understand you're up against a really hard spot. But how do we turn and maybe flip the script where for once maybe the government's pushing the other side and saying, instead of telling you what you can't do, maybe we open the door to what you can do. How can we help you make that reality and put another Dry Fork type station in your portfolio?
Does anybody want to tell me how we can permit another coal plant in the future?
Chairman Case and Representative Harrelson, thank you for the question. I'm Chris Baumgartner with Basin Electric. I don't know that I have an answer to your question. These are the types of things that we ask all the time. We're very proud of the Dry Fork Station, all the support that we have, and as you've mentioned, the technology that it was designed from the beginning. The federal policies that are being proposed, and most recently from the EPA's 111D and B, but would absolutely hamper the continued operation of a Dry Fork Station. They are requiring us to, if that were to stand, put carbon capture technology on that facility that is not yet viable. Now, as I said, we have the ITC Center there and we are studying it. If there is a place where carbon capture off the flue gas of a coal fuel power plant can work, we believe it will be Dry Fork. And of course, and we have working with on the carbon safe with the state of Wyoming, we have the geology very nearby to do this. However, as a point of reference, that is a 400 megawatt unit. It's a single shaft unit. There is room there for a second unit. We designed it for that if it ever becomes viable. Carbon capture technology that we have looked at to date would cost about $1.5 billion to $2 billion on that unit. When we constructed that unit, it came online in the fall of 2011. It was approximately $1.2 billion. So the carbon capture technology would be more than the initial capital investment of the facility. And we estimate conservatively to operate that equipment would take about a fourth of the plant. So now we would have $2.5 to almost $3 billion into a facility that would not be a 400 megawatt facility, it would be a 300 megawatt facility. These are the kind of challenges we're up against. And when you talk about reliability, dispatchable generation matters. Last week, ladies and gentlemen, Monday, the temperatures were very high. Basin Electric has the largest renewable portfolio of any G&T in the country, almost by a factor of 2. We have wind from Canadian border down into Iowa. Last week, Monday afternoon, there was hardly any renewable energy being produced. There was not. There was a wind drought for Lisa to make that comment. That happens. Last January, as another example, last January, the weekend of 13th, 14th of January, if you remember how cold it was. That particular Saturday, I happened to run into somebody at a sporting event who works at one of our coal plants. We talked, I pulled out my resource, my phone, and I looked. At that particular moment, we have 2,000 megawatts of renewable generation. We had less than 50 operating. The temperatures in Bismarck were minus 27 below. Wind chill was reaching minus 60. We need dispatchable generation. We utilize renewable energy when and where and how we best can. And we try to take advantage of that. But to my colleague's point, Rosemary's point, to your point, we need dispatchable generation. The state of Wyoming supporting us is wonderful. They participated in the lawsuit along with North Dakota in challenging the EPA. We are working on that. So all the continued support by the state of Wyoming, we greatly appreciate to help us continue to operate facilities like not just Dry Fork, but the Laramie River Station. Again, as you pointed out, that is a tremendous resource that serves all of us in Wyoming, into Colorado, into Nebraska. That is a tremendous resource that actually serves on both the western side of the interconnection grid and the eastern side. Basin Electric is one of the few utilities in the nation that serves on both sides. So I'll reserve my comments, but we are continuing we recognize there's tremendous challenges, and many of these are with our fellow Americans on the East Coast. And we need to tell the story. We need to educate. We need to be diligent. We need to be factual. And I guess one more question. We work in Minnesota. I just relayed this comment and visiting with somebody, a legislator in Minnesota, and he told me that we could get to 90% renewables. And I had to stop him and I said, Representative, sir, I know lots of people tell you things in your line of work. And he said, well, I got a pretty good BS meter. And of course, I said, well, maybe you want to no, I didn't say you should get it recalibrated. I didn't say that. But I said, that's good. I'm glad you do, because we work in a world, our business that's governed by physics. Energy is governed by physics. And we have an economy that depends on electrons. They are the raw materials for almost everything we do. And so we can't work based off of concepts. We need to work in the reality of physics, and we need dispatchable generation. And thank you for anything that you can do to help us continue to provide that to all of, not just our Wyoming Deer members in Wyoming, but throughout rural America.
I think, Mr. Baumgart, this committee is kind of the choir that you're preaching to. Actually, they've come a long way. So you guys were really short of time. There are two essential points, though. I think if the lady from Tri-State, Ms. Tiffin, glad to have you here. I look at the Tri-State connection with Wyoming a little bit like Rocky Mountain Power's problems. And I'll just tell you why. I'll be real explicit. Most of your service territory and load is in Colorado and New Mexico. Those states have very different approaches to the future, maybe, and base load and things. Just like with Rocky Mountain Power territory, we have California, Oregon, and Washington, and in this multi-state protocol, it's some of the same challenges in trying to fit people together with different goals. And I don't know how that's going to work out. And in terms of large loads connecting to cooperative systems, I see those as being kind of two kinds. One are the resource tied loads, coal, oil, mining, they come to your system because they got to be there. Tell me that you're attracting loads that are coming for the cheap rates, like the data centers or the Bitcoin miners. I don't think they're receiving quite the welcome, and maybe they shouldn't be, but your rate structure is a little different than the way the investor owned does their rates. And so, am I wrong on that? I don't think I am, but, and if anybody wants to address those two comments, they're welcome to.
Mr. Chairman, the committee, I would like to speak to that. And what I'd like to say is that, again, that approach to serve the loads without denoting who or what they do is still our passion. And I can even speak on behalf of Members First by working with Basin that actually Precorp is actually serving some crypto mining loads. And we continue to foster conversations and collaboration with Basin on how to onboard those, but not at the risk of destabilizing the rates for the existing rate members. And so I would give characteristics as such. There is an intent to bring and serve whatever load wants to come so that they pay the appropriate costs, that it doesn't penalize the existing ratepayers. And to that point, we're open to all kinds of conversations.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Murphs. Committee, there's a burning question. We better take it. If not, we had to move to Mr. Nassi. That's all right. All right. Senator Scott. Ms. Tiffin, I mentioned you, so you should be able to respond, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak to your first comment. Tri-State and our members across all 4 of our states certainly understand and feel the same comparison that you were making to us and Rocky Mountain Power. Certainly the states and the politics of New Mexico and Colorado are not the same as Wyoming and Nebraska. We try to leverage it the way we try to leverage all of our diversity in our footprint. Having a wide footprint gives us a lot of flexibility in our resource mix. I can tell you members across our system, not just the ones in Wyoming, are grateful for the stance that the state of Wyoming takes on thermal power. And there's many a cold Colorado day that Laramie River Station is keeping the lights on in Colorado and in New Mexico. So we do appreciate that, and we try to leverage as best we can. We are regulated for resource planning by the state of Colorado on a system-wide basis, but we engage all of our member systems. And I will say our Wyoming member CEOs from our member systems, they have been in the trenches with us in our resource planning process. We're in our second one now, and it's been on, these are multi-year processes, and they have put tremendous time and effort because it's helpful to have the voice of the members from various states speaking up for the needs of reliability across our system. So difficult problem, but we do try to work it with our members, and we think it's one more example of why the co-op model is a good model for serving rural America.
Thank you, Ms. Tiffin. I really do appreciate it. All right, Mr. Nassi, good to see you.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Committee, appreciate your attention. I will not repeat anything that's been said. Everything I'll say will be new. And I'll try to be efficient. I have a deck. I don't know if it's going to be up, but you all have the materials. What I did when there was some interest in me maybe addressing you all is go back to this almost exactly 6 years ago, September. This committee had some ideas proposed to it. We were in Thermopolis. It was a beautiful day. First time I'd ever been to Thermopolis. And in that posture, I was simply saying, these ideas are going to lead you to a bad place, and Texas is heading to that place. And I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a Nostradamus, but you go back, listen to the recording, look at that slide deck. It's pretty instructive. There are reasons why proposals that at that time were trying to emulate Texas, I mean, explicitly, were could be seen as eroding reliability and resilience. It's just hard. I mean, a utility is super complicated area. It's very difficult to get underneath. And a lot of the problem. This is me as a non-native Texan who lives in Texas, admitting to you something very powerful. Texas is not perfect. It's by a large part a failure on electricity policy. Okay, you don't get to say that much in Texas, even after the storms. And some of it has to do with pride. Some of it has to do with not identifying the dirty little secrets of our market and fixing them. So what we need to address is something I hopefully will address. So the kind of overarching takeaway I hope to leave with you is in the title of the slide at the end, which is reliability and resilience are predominant. I'll explain to you why large loads, especially data centers, care about that and my experience directly on that issue. But the third R, responsibility, is absolutely crucial. And that's why I'm such a big advocate of the cooperative model. I represent all kinds of different folks in electricity space and loads. But the cooperative model, in my experience across multiple states, is just unequaled when it comes to things like accountability and performance when they're under the gun. So I'm going to just try to touch a couple of things real lightly. The second slide, if somebody's moving it, is just that kind of, that's what I said in 26. That was what was being proposed in 2018, and I was calling it out. And I'll just say it. I was right. Okay, move on. It wasn't a good idea then, and it's not a good idea now. I know that's not necessarily what's being proposed. I don't think I read anything into this committee's activities. It's really just a kind of, if things are going to be proposed, put them through a couple of filters, and I'll try to flag those. So the next slide. So I'm going to hit quickly why cooperatives have been successful, even in the most extraordinary of bad circumstances across the country, but with Texas as an example, including like what happened yesterday in a 10.5-hour hearing in Austin, Texas, that you're glad to not be a part of. I won't turn this one into a 10.5-hour hearing.
We're getting close.
Yeah. The next one is the just to talk about how it's instructive to what you're looking at. So next slide. So rates are up in Texas, and they're much less volatile and, generally speaking, competitive, if not lower, in cooperative areas. And that's instructive because there's a lot of wild, really creative things going on in the Texas market. But cooperatives are like this steady drumbeat of the 3 R's, and including competitiveness on top of that. And I'm going to show you that data, including satisfaction surveys. Real quick, we won't do a deep dive. You guys have probably already looked at this. Next slide. This is a lot of data on a slide. I'm going to have a picture of it too. But, you know, usually in a gas dominant market like Texas has been and will continue to be, the price of gas, of course, drives rates up. But what we've seen is a little bit of a decoupling. The Texas market has gotten more expensive because transmission and distribution costs and having to back up renewables have increased the non-energy component of people's bills. The non-energy component of people's bills in Texas has doubled in the last 6 years. Okay, the non-energy component. So we're still using Wyoming coal. We still have low-cost natural gas. We do deploy renewables where they make sense. We're the biggest by a large measure in the big ones. But those prices are up. The end price to the consumer is up in that model, and there's reasons why. So next slide. The next slide is really just a graphic of this. This comes from the independent market monitor, somebody who is hired to independently evaluate the market, to talk about when the emperor's clothes are not on, which is a phrase I use in Texas a lot. Sometimes the leaders don't like it. The next slide, I'll keep on going. That's basically the same data, but depicted differently. This is a powerful data slide. It's a lot, but it's a rundown from 2006 all the way through 2023. And the green bar is market as a whole prices. The blue bar is co-ops, okay? And what you got told 6 years ago was, hey, look at this. In September of 2018, co-ops are more expensive than the rest of the market, and co-ops aren't doing a good job. Well, we were for a tiny bit. But when you look at the roller coaster versus the pretty flat highway, you can see the benefit. And there's lots of studies that back this up. I gave you the short version about what the total amount in terms of hundreds of millions of dollars exposure to the market that people have had. And that's even before Uri. But obviously, Uri is a big impact too. Next slide, real quickly. This is a study that was not paid for by co-ops. In fact, the kind of joke in the co-op community in Texas was, we should have known about this study, but they completed it before we even knew about it. And then it came out after Winter Storm Uri. It was a logical thing for the University of Houston to do. How do customers feel about their utilities? Well, big surprise, next slide. They are not very happy, but they are pretty happy with co-ops. These are just excerpts from that. I'm not going to read the whole report. It's available. You can Google it up and look at it yourself. It's very compelling. But the next slide I will spend some time on, which is just they aggregated all the responses, and you can tell customers in Texas are not happy. Okay, there's a lot of negative bars. The only positive bars on that graph are co-ops. Okay. And the compelling thing about this graphic, that another dirty little secret people don't know, is co-ops have this responsibility to serve. But when you are in a grid that has load shed requirements, and this was made reference earlier, even though the co-ops bought the insurance to have systems that were adequately supplied and their generators were backed up and they had coal that was reliable and they had gas backed up with liquid fuel, even though they had 100% of their needs met, they still had to roll outages just like the rest of the market, because that's what you have to do when you're an interconnected market. Warning for major RTO growth, just let you know. Okay, that's what you do. So we had, there is actually questions are, how do you make a customer happy when you're actually rolling them on outages? You do it right. But for the co-ops to still be above the Mason-Dixon line on that graphic is an amazing testament to what it means to sit at a board meeting every month around your owners. Your customer member owners hold management accountable. I attend at least 2, sometimes 3 co-op board meetings every month throughout the south and eastern part of the state. And I'm telling you, the ownership and accountability model can't be trumped. Next slide. This is news. I would have updated this slide, but we needed to get you guys the material so you had time to review it. Yesterday, 10.5 hours of hearing, CenterPoint Energy, you might have read, 2.8 million people didn't have electricity for 10 days. Well, not the total amount, but some component of that, right? Had no power. This graphic is just a very nice, co-ops are nice. We don't point fingers. This is the nice graphic. It shows co-ops got people co-ops were literally at the epicenter. The Hurricane Beryl made landfill in co-op service territory. It tore through co-op service territory. Sure, it hit Houston too, but there's co-ops all around Houston. What this graphic shows is basically by day 4, co-ops had restored 95% of the power. Just so you know, the data that was kind of used in a lot yesterday, CenterPoint, the non-co-op that was being discussed, was at about a 50% restoration rate by that date. Co-ops were 99 to 100% restored in the system by day 5. It took till day 10 for CenterPoint system to meet that. So sure, lots of reasons why that happened, but you have to look at disasters. You have to see how people pre-stage things. You have to see what accountability and responsibility means when it manifests itself during the worst of times. Second, next slide. So my points here are really specific to this data center question from a point of understanding. So I won't linger with an outline. Let's just go right to the data. It is a huge trend, and I wanted to provide the committee at least 2 really good references to understand the trend for data center load growth. Next slide. This is from a grid strategy study that was submitted into the record, by the way, in an EPA docket to try to remind our good federal regulator that demand is going up. Just so you know, I do a lot of work suing the EPA on behalf of many states, including North Dakota, and in coordination with Wyoming. And we pointed this out in the comment period on the carbon rule. EPA's response was to actually lower their demand projections. What this data says is extraordinary. The graph on the left, the 5-year load growth projections in America across all the RTOs literally doubled from 2022 to 2023. That's never happened in the history of our country, period. Full stop. Okay. We are in an extraordinary time. Okay. That's a big number, 22 to 38 gigs of growth in 5 years. But let's just talk about Texas. Next slide. I'm going somewhere with this, what you guys are looking at. Texas just announced that their load growth for the next 5 years will be 80 gigs. That is a doubling of the Texas market. I can't tell you the exact percentage of that will be data centers. What I can tell you without mentioning company names, because it's all very confidential, that a huge component of the data center projected load growth is in cooperative territory. Cooperatives are adequately competitive for this race. Okay, go talk to cooperatives in South and East and Southeast and Southwest Texas, and you'll see they don't lack for customers because their rate structure doesn't work. They are reliable and resilient. They pay a little bit more insurance than a lot of utilities because they keep fossil dispatchable energy and also renewables, but they make sure those renewables are backed up. So I, for one, will tell you, I don't think that number is real. It's not 80. The number's probably more like 50 because people shop loads, just so you know. Loads try to say, hey, I want to go here and I want to go here, and they try to play them against each other. So some of these numbers are inflated, but they're not inflated by more than a factor of 2. So this is just an extraordinary amount of load growth. And my whole point of bringing this to you is, of course, not to be a point of pride for Texas, because I think I've not done this, and I'm not suggesting you should emulate Texas. I'm saying that that load is also going to co-ops, and co-ops in your market should and will be able to be great providers for data centers. And next slide. So this is the takeaways. Just be wary when people say that it's not competitive. And I can't help. I know that the chairman maybe thought I couldn't help myself, but Representative Harrelson's question about can we build new coal? Not all these loads care what color their electricity is. That is a common misnomer. Look where Tesla located, next to one of the biggest Wyoming coal-fired power plants in the state of Texas. Okay, sure, they're going to buy credits and they're going to say a lot of things, and there will be lots of data centers that will want a certain amount of renewable generation in your mix. But the concept that we had a few years ago when we saw coal retirements on the horizon, that we just don't have enough demand in Wyoming to support that. We've heard that from some of the folks that testified earlier. They were retiring plants prematurely because they just didn't have the demand for it in state. Well, that's a problem that co-ops can definitely help solve, and that might even lead to the next new coal plant in America. I don't want to get crazy, but if there's that much load growth, we're not going to get it done without building every thermal dispatchable resource. And just one last point, I think everybody probably knows this. My main job is, like I said, trying to stave off bad environmental regulation. The same mandate for carbon capture that the great representative from Basin mentioned for new coal is what EPA just finalized for new gas.
Unbelievable.
You cannot build a baseload large combustion turbine powered by that nasty stuff called natural gas, right, in America without carbon capture. The same percentage of carbon capture as new coal. I'm not by any stretch endorsing it. I'm saying we're going to win that case. That requirement will be struck down. It's flatly illegal. It may take us too long to do it, but we will win that case. And when we do, and if we can get our federal environmental regulator back into the lane of environmental regulator as opposed to energy policymaker, I can see great prospects. I mean, when I first heard about data center load growth and how AI could be a 20x factor, I kind of didn't believe it. Called BS, to use the phrase, right? But it's real. We have these interconnection requests on the table at co-ops where I'm working every month, and it's coming. And I'm confident that the energy mix and obviously the governmental structure and the fact that you guys haven't made many of the mistakes that Texas did is actually going to distinguish you all just before it was kind of too late to be able to support maintaining some of the power plants you want to maintain, and God forbid, maybe even expand capacity. And I'll stand for questions. That's enough from me.
Thank you, Mr. Nassi. We really appreciate it. Let's start down here. Representative Yen, and then was it Representative Wiley? Okay, Representative Yen.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Nassi. I appreciate the presentation. I'm curious on so going back to that University of Houston graph of the co-op being above that 0 point line. Why is there such a big discrepancy between municipals and co-ops, given that there should be a similar level of?
It really should be, right?
Mr. Nassi.
Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, I have to remember protocol, Mr. Chairman.
Well, it's different here than Texas.
Yeah. People just talk over each other all the time there. Sorry, we're that poorly trained. So it's actually pretty straightforward for this reason. In the Texas market, the municipalities are rather large municipal power authorities. Now, they do a good job And they do have accountability politically, but they have a lot more of a disconnected accountability than a co-op board. And so that's one. And then the second is that a couple of municipally owned, well, really one big one, City of San Antonio, City Public Service, had some bad bets and they were short in the market. So they had major exposure economically, and it translated into this study. That would be my projection. I didn't look at the underlying data, Representative. I don't want to represent. I can just tell you that it's a more disconnected model. I've done a lot of public power and I still do. So there's a little bit less accountability. And I think the study actually does describe kind of why co-ops probably fare well, because they kind of have more interaction with their customers in a hands-on way. And so that might explain a little bit of what's going on there.
Thank you. Who else? Anybody else? Anybody online? So Ms. Nassay, thank you very much. I assume you guys are moving over to Minerals Committee. Is that your plan? So I think they're more embracing of behind the fence generation solutions on the Minerals Committee. We're working together and I think they'll be interested in what you have to say. I do appreciate you all coming, and Sean, if there's anything you want to leave us with, you're welcome to. Thank you.
Thanks for indulging. I know we brought a lot of people, but
Oh, you did a good job.
You got our attention, so I
Well,
hope
and
that was helpful.
things aren't changing. Even if this committee isn't bringing forth things, there are more proposals for competition. There definitely are, especially from our large industrial sector and the solutions they want to bring. There's also regional transmission proposals that are pushing more and more in Wyoming, and I think you all know that.
I would just say, Mr. Chairman, part of my hope that you all got from these folks today and Lisa online, sometimes we get painted with the rural backwoods, not sophisticated, not up on the, what's happening at the national level or the state level. And I think all these folks today hopefully proved that incorrect.
Yeah. Just for the record, I am a co-op member through my church. I'm on the vestry of church, and we're served by High Plains. They do a great job. Thanks. So thank you very much. Really appreciate that. All right, if there's any burning public comment, I'd certainly entertain it, but we'd like to take a break, set up our lunch that we have for the committee, and get our next speaker who's traveled all the way here to talk to us over the lunch hour. Lunch is provided. And if no one has a burning desire to address the committee right at this moment, let's take about a bit of a break to get your lunch and come back and listen to our speaker. And so, thank you.
Are you doing the speaker live?
And if it's okay, we can do the speaker live. I have no problem. Do you have any problem if we broadcast on the internet? Yes, Katie, housekeeping. Okay. All right, for people online listening, we're going to stop the YouTube and then start a new stream. So, and that's just important. I don't know why, but it is. So we're going to shut down the YouTube, but we'll be back soon. Is that fair enough, Katie? All right, thank you. You've been great this morning. Lunch is provided to the committee, and our PBS people and our speaker, please enjoy lunch. Staff, enjoy lunch. Thanks.